I've been awake for days now, drinking an obscene amount of coffee just to stay awake, just to keep myself from slipping into the dark unconsciousness. When I close my eyes, I see them. They are always there. The things that exist between planes, the shadows that should not exist. The nightmare beings, the creatures that feed on the deepest of fears. I mustn't get ahead of myself. Let me explain how this all began. Let me explain the madness that would be. I had been working with my uncle, helping him to flip houses. We would find old houses for literally pennies on the dollar. Old, run-down buildings where dreams had been made and broken. The houses were merely shells of their former selves. They had been long left decrepit, and we would gut them and replace everything from floor to ceiling, from wall to wall, turning the dark, run-down houses into beautiful, comfy homes. We had recently acquired a large mansion that looked to have been built over a century ago, and it was in rough shape. The walls were patched with black mold, inside and out. The ceilings and walls had holes where rats and other such critters had crawled and scurried about for many decades, and the place stunk of a rotten and musty smell. The floors were unfit to walk across in most places, and one misstep could have left you with a broken ankle or something worse. This place was not fit for man nor beast. I remember thinking, this sure will be a challenge, but we can manage it. After all, we had flipped houses just as in bad of shape, if not worse before. We didn't have the money for a hotel room, so we had to work through the night and sleep there in that disgusting house. My uncle took the living room, and I decided to sleep on the floor in a room up on the second floor, probably the only room on the second floor that had a sound and secure floor, unlike the rest of the rooms, which probably would have resulted in my death if I had ventured into them in the darkness. During the first night, while I was trying to get to sleep, I would continuously hear scratching in the walls. Surely it was the rats scurrying about within them. I had a fear of waking up with a rat sitting on me, and in a place like this, it was more than likely to happen than not. So I stayed awake for as long as I could, knowing that I would be exhausted the next day from lack of sleep. I wished I had just gone to sleep, because I had found myself afraid of every creak and sound of the house settling. The place had an eerie feel about it, a heaviness. Now and then, I even thought I saw movement within the shadows. I can't be sure because I couldn't even see my foot in front of my face in the darkness of the night, but I thought I would see a shadow moving, twisting, and turning in obscene and disturbing ways. Soon, I drifted off to sleep, despite the fear of the rats and the shadows. Early in the morning, I awoke to the sound of footsteps running down the hall. I was confused as to why my uncle would have been running up and down the hallway, but I shrugged it off and got up to get to work on the house again. I walked down the stairs to find my uncle still asleep on the rickety, old living room floor. I stopped for a moment, just looking over at him, confused with the sound of running footsteps I had just heard moments earlier. My uncle awoke and I looked away so that he wouldn't wonder as to why the hell I was staring at him and watching him in his sleep with a confused look on my face. On the second day, we worked on some of the bedrooms on the second floor, ripping off the walls and pulling out the old, rotten, waterlogged insulation within them. As we gutted the second floor walls, the smell of rotten meat filled the air, growing stronger and stronger with each wall we broke down. Despite the fact that the smell grew worse and worse as we worked, we could never quite pinpoint the source of the vile smell. Soon, the smell slowly dissipated, and the house returned to its musty, rotten wood smell. We never did find the source of that rancid odor. We had carried heavy contractor bags out of the mansion and into a dumpster that was waiting outside that we had rented. The sickening smell from within the house now also filled the air outside. No matter where we went, the smell would be constantly burned into our nostrils. Many of the rooms were filled with the remnants of old furniture, much of it antique, but all of it long past its prime. It was nothing but rotten debris now. In one of the smaller rooms, there was an antique rocking horse, all cracked and faded with age. One of its legs was missing, long crumbled away, and it was left standing on 3 legs. While I was tearing down the mold-covered walls in that room, I would occasionally hear a creaking noise. The noise of the rocking horse swaying upon the floor. However, when I would look to see what the source of that noise was, I would see nothing out of place. The horse was not rocking at all. After working in this room for a while, I became short of breath, and my eyes began to water. I chalked it up to the disgusting walls and the evidence of a rat and insect infestation within them. I was moving sluggishly that day, exhausted from both the heavy work and the lack of sleep from the night before. Hopefully, the second night would be better than the first. When night came, my uncle and I both resumed our places in our respective rooms. He fell asleep before I could even manage to tell him good night. I slowly climbed the stairs, each step making its own different sound, performing an eerie array of music as I ascended the staircase to my room on the 2nd floor. I laid down upon the floor on a bed of blankets that I had made. I had hoped it would be more comfortable than the hardwood floor that I had slept on the night before. It wasn't much help. The night was cold. I awoke sometime in the night and covered myself in more blankets than I laid upon. It was so cold that I could see my breath in the room, and worse yet, I had to piss badly. I didn't want to get up because I knew it would be even colder, but I had to, or I was going to burst and then freeze to death in my own urine. I didn't want to be found in the morning with an obituary that read, "Died in his own urine." So I got up and went down the hallway toward the stairs. I had to pass the small child's room where the rocking horse had been. I had figured it was a child's room because of the faded and scratched clowns that had been painted on the rotten walls in the room, and the rocking horse, of course, was a pretty good sign. I happened to glance into the room as I walked past, and I saw movement. I stopped just past that room, rubbing my eyes a bit. I stepped back and, seeing that my eyes were not playing tricks on me, the rocking horse within the room was rocking violently back and forth, and then, before I could react, it just suddenly stopped. It didn't slow to a stop, it just stopped moving as if it had never been moving at all. Just moments after the rocking horse stopped, I was hit in the face with a heat that felt like I was standing in front of a campfire, and the rancid smell returned with it. The smell of rotting meat that we had smelled earlier was now again moving through the house. I nearly vomited when its smell filled my nose. I was terrified now. Something was here that didn't want us here. But we couldn't leave. We had to flip this house or we'd lose out on a lot of money. So, I had to suck it up. I was still scared. Almost so scared that I forgot that I even had to pee. But soon, the feeling made its way back into my bladder, and I ran down the stairs and into the barely functional bathroom that was probably installed there when the first toilet was invented. After I had done my business, I couldn't find the courage to go back upstairs. A grown man, acting like a child, afraid of the dark. I just couldn't return up there that night, so I went into the living room and laid a few feet away from my uncle. The house was thankfully no longer cold. It was comfortable now. As I thought about it more and more, though, I realized something. It was only my room that was cold. The hallway was a comfortable temperature. It was comfortable down here, but my room was ice cold. What was going on here? I thought, as I forced myself to sleep. That was the first night I had seen them. The shadows that danced and fluttered beneath my eyelids. The obscure-shaped things that existed between the planes. At first, they were undefinable shapes that were blurred by darkness, but then appeared more and more clearly, my eyes adjusting to the darkness behind my eyelids. They were amorphous and asymmetrical blob-like beings that also appeared to be consisted of a black smoke, or even darkness itself. The darkness solidified, forming tentacles and antennae that sprouted from their small bodies, while in other places, the dark smoke solidified into mouths and arms, with eyeballs within the palms of hands. The things were terrifying, but I could not look away. It was as if I was hypnotized by them. What are these things? I thought to myself. Is this really happening? Am I dreaming? I must be dreaming. This can't be real. What's happening? My mind raced from one thought to another. I was laying there, staring at these foreign beings, paralyzed with fear. Soon, the creatures began to fade back into the darkness from whence they came, and they left me to my arrest. I had to have been dreaming, but I don't remember going to sleep. I just remember waking up the next day. I awoke to the smell of bacon and eggs cooking. My uncle was in the kitchen next to the living room, cooking breakfast on his portable stovetop. Just plug it in and start cooking. I was surprised this place even had working outlets, much less ones that wouldn't set the house on fire when you plugged something into them. Though we still had to replace the wiring. This place was old, and the wiring would start a fire eventually, if left unchecked. The third day was when it really started. The madness began here. This was the day that we worked on the living room, where I had slept the night prior, and my uncle had slept for the last 2 nights. We began gutting the walls here. Those disgusting walls filled with rot and decades of rat feces. Not long into the day's work, I came across a stone structure behind one of the walls. Upon removing more of the wooden wall in front of it, I saw that it was actually an old fireplace. It appeared to be very ornate, with images of angels carved into it, and it was made of beautiful marble. Who would cover up a fireplace like this? I thought to myself. Upon further inspection, I found that the fireplace had also been bricked up and sealed shut. Fireplace would be a good sales point, I said to my uncle, who was also amazed at the beautiful fireplace hidden behind the wall. I took a sledgehammer and began to smash out the bricks within the fireplace, being very careful not to damage the fireplace itself. The fireplace opened and a breeze rolled through. There it was again, that smell of rotting meat. Perhaps a raccoon or some other animal had gotten trapped up in the chimney, and with no means of escape, it probably died and left us that smell. However, we didn't find the body of any animal upon cleaning out the bricks of the now open fireplace. Instead, we found the remains of a long burned-out fire. Scorched logs and ash lay at the bottom of the chimney shaft. However, there was something strange here. Within the ashes laid a book bound with a dark brown leather that had been stitched together in patches. I now wish that I had never found that book, but my ignorant curiosity at the time was my undoing. I opened the book and gazed into those terrible pages. I had found an old book, laying within a fireplace, bricked up and hidden from the world for generations. The book was bound in dark, brown-colored leathers, some lighter than others, and together they made a disturbing patchwork that formed the exterior of the wretched book. My uncle stood beside me and stared at the book with a look of what could only be described as bewildered fear. I gripped the edge of the book's cover with my trembling fingers, and I opened the book, gazing into its pages. The book's pages, yellowed with age, contained images of animals, both known and unknown. There were images of normal animals, such as deer and horses, but there were also disgusting and twisted-looking creatures. There were images of large beasts devouring children. There were illustrations of beings that appeared to be fish people, human bodies with gills and fins, and scales for skin. I flipped through the book's pages, seeing unknown words written in some foreign, hieroglyphic-like language. I seen more images of beings that should not and could not be. It was at the point about halfway through the book when I had seen them. The creatures that I had seen the night before I had found this book. The twisted shadow things. The nightmares that should not have been. Upon this book, I noticed a dark red spot near the bottom right corner of the page. What is this? I thought. With closer examination, I discovered the truth of what it was. It was blood, and that small spot at the corner of this page was not all of it. I turned the next few pages, and they were all caked in long, dried blood. About 5 or so pages in the middle of the book were covered in a dark red. Someone had lost quite a bit of blood within the pages of this book. So much so, in fact, that the blood had obscured the pages so much that the images could no longer be seen. Only a dark crimson remained. I was hypnotized by the book. It was as if I were drawn into it, pulled into its pages. I was entranced by its grim images. I began to hear my name being called. It was a whisper at first. It sounded far off and in a foreign voice. It slowly got louder, and with each change in pitch, it would also change in tone. The voice changed each time it spoke. It was trying to speak to me, trying desperately to get my attention. I heard my name being called one final time, and I opened my eyes to find my uncle sitting over top of me, shaking me to get me to wake up. "What happened?" I asked. "What do you mean, what happened? Get up, it's time to get to work." The house ain't gonna fix itself," he exclaimed. "What? Come on, we got work to do," he said, before walking out of the room. What happened? Was all that a dream? Did I really find that old book in the fireplace in the wall? What's going on with me? I looked around the room in confusion. I was upstairs in the room where I had slept a few nights before. How did I get here? I asked myself, before climbing to my feet and exiting the room. My uncle was there waiting for me at the top of the stairs. "Sorry I woke you like that. I was just worried about how much work we have left to do on the house. I was worried you were going to have to go to the hospital or something after how you looked yesterday, and how you went to bed sick." Had all that been a dream? I thought to myself. Was it just a terrible nightmare brought on by a fever? "I went to bed sick?" I asked, still not remembering the event. "Yeah. After you found that book, you turned pale as a ghost and told me you felt sick and that you were going to bed. And before I could argue with you, you ran up the stairs coughing. Hell, after looking at that book, I don't blame you for getting sick. That's some messed up shit." I looked up at my uncle with confusion and fear. What happened? The book was real. It hadn't been a fever-induced nightmare. So, since it wasn't a dream, I had blacked out. I had time unaccounted for. Did I just go to sleep, or had I done something else in that time? I didn't feel rested. I felt like I'd been up all night running a marathon. I was still exhausted. What happened? What did I do? Why did I black out? Where's the book? I looked around for the book and seen it laying upon an old end table left in the living room by the previous owners. I found myself drawn to it again. I walked toward it and grabbed it, picking it up and reached to open it before stopping myself. I dropped the book on the floor and it landed with a loud thud upon the dusty floor. What was happening to me? Why am I so drawn to this book that I can barely control myself around it? I looked down onto the book and noticed that it had fallen open upon the floor. It had opened to the page with a large blood spot at the bottom right corner, but the blood spot was no longer there. I was confused and panicked about this. Where did it go? I found myself deeply concerned about the book's change. I quickly snatched up the book and flipped through the pages. The blood was gone. All of it. The pages were cleaner and looked newer, too. They were formerly closer to yellow, but now they were almost white. The leather it was bound in looked newer, too, lighter and less cracked. It now felt less like leather and more like skin. I was now even more terrified by this book. It was as if the book was feeding upon my soul, draining my life energy to revitalize itself. I found myself curious as to what was on the pages that were previously obscured by the dark crimson of the blood that had stained them the night before. I flipped the pages back to the page I used as a marker for where they were, the page that formerly had the large spot on it. I turned the pages and seen unknown hieroglyphic languages. None of it looked recognizable as any language I had ever seen in any book or documentary. I turned the pages and saw more images of those wretched things. In the pictures, they were painted, attached to the heads of children asleep in their beds, drawing out their fears, feeding upon their terror. Were these beings the source of nightmares? These images, to me, appeared to depict that. I flipped the page one last time, to the last page that had been obscured, And that is where I saw him for the first time. There on that page was a monster. He was large and consisted of a body that was riddled with wounds and pus-filled sores. Scattered about his body were dozens of arms, legs, wings, mouths, and eyes. He appeared to have hundreds of appendages and orifices without purpose. The head that sat atop what appeared to be his shoulders was not really a head at all. It was an ocean invertebrate, like a squid, but it had cat-like eyes, yellow with diamond-shaped pupils. He was chained to a large black stone, and a fire blazing red raged around he and the stone. He was a prisoner, a wretched thing. What sin had he committed to be condemned to this fate? Then I began to hear a whispering coming from the book before me. Whispering coming from that twisted thing. That thing in the book. The whispering was quiet at first, but then it grew louder, still muffled. I could not understand what the beast was telling me. It grew louder and louder still. Soon, the beast was screaming at me. It screeched and howled. It spoke in gurgled tongues. Its language made no sense. Yet, I knew what it wanted. It wanted freedom. It wanted to be free from the boulder to which it was chained. It wanted to be away from those ever-burning fires that surrounded it, burning its skin. I seen through the book and visualized the creature staring back at me, pain within his eyes. He looked into my eyes, into my soul, into my very being. He begged me for freedom. He cried tears of blood and pleaded with me. I felt an uneasiness with him, but I also felt sadness about him. I then became aware that I had again become entranced by the book. So, as if to save myself, I drew the strength to slam the book shut. The book closed with a loud clap, and all was silent in the house. I was no longer in the living room. Again, I was upstairs in that room in which I continued to return to. There was no longer daylight outside. The house was black, and I could barely see enough to tell what room I was in. I could hear my uncle snoring, his snores reverberating through the house, all the way from the living room downstairs. What time was it? How long had I been staring at that book? Why do I keep blacking out? How did I get here? I don't know. I looked at the book again, and just as I feared, the book had again changed. Again, it had revitalized itself. The patches that were stitched together could now be clearly seen as skin. Human skin. Not just skin from one race or another, but skin from many races. The skin was warm. It had a moisture to it, as if it were sweating. This book was alive. Oh God, this book was really feeding upon me. I dropped the book in a panic, feeling dizzy. I sat there for a moment, nearly unable to keep myself from passing out. There was little I could do. My heart was racing, but I was exhausted. I just sat there for a moment upon the floor, then slowly lowered myself down. I laid there for what felt like ages, but was probably just minutes, just staring at the ceiling, scanning across the hollowed-out walls of the room, fighting myself to stay awake. But I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. I was terrified. I was losing it. I couldn't understand what was happening to me. Why was I drawn to this book? Why am I so exhausted? Why? Why? Soon, I felt myself drift off to sleep without any resistance, slipping into a sweet unconsciousness, falling into the dream world, falling into the dreamscape, falling. I had been drawn in by a book bound in flesh. I had been drawn in by the madness within its pages, and now the madness was creeping into me, into my mind, into my soul. I was entranced by the book, enticed by it. I saw the creature there, the prisoner on the stone. He begged for me. He pleaded. His madness was becoming my madness. Why? I was able to pull myself away from the book, and again, I was exhausted. The book was draining my soul. The book was drawing my life into itself. I was terrified of what was happening, but I could do nothing. I slipped into unconsciousness. I fell. I fell here. I fell to the dreamscape. I awoke to find myself within a room that was not the one I had passed out in. Instead, I was in a room that was at first completely foreign to me. Am I in the same house? I asked myself. How did I get here? I asked further. It was upon further examination that I realized where I was. I was in the child's room. The room with the clowns painted on the walls, and the rocking horse in the middle of the room. But now, the room was different. The room was fresh and new. It appeared bright and colorful, as if the room had just been painted yesterday. The clowns were no longer cracked and faded. Instead, they were bright and joyful, performing various stunts around the room, balancing on barrels, riding tiny bicycles, floating away, holding balloons. The room was different. It even felt different. It felt joyful. I turned to see the rocking horse sitting in the room. It too was like new. It was painted white with brown eyes. It had new, properly groomed, almost golden hair coming from its mane and tail, and its missing leg was now intact. The room was different now. It was peaceful. I didn't feel that fear in it that I had felt before. It was peaceful now, and I was able to find a brief moment of respite. I knew the room was not supposed to be like this. It had rotted away, and I had torn out and gutted it. It was supposed to be nothing but studs in the walls and the floor. I knew something was wrong here in my head, but in my heart, I felt at peace. I felt like this was where I was supposed to be. I suddenly snapped myself away from this dream. I had again become hypnotized. The room was not supposed to be this way. I was not supposed to be here. I was not supposed to be in this room. How did I get here? I ran for the door and gripped its bronze-colored handle. I whipped the door open and stopped. I didn't see the hallway before me. I didn't see anything. It was darkness. I stood in the doorway, gazing into complete darkness. It was as if I was standing at the edge of the abyss. Absolute nothingness. I turned away from the terrifying darkness and peered back into the room. The room began to change. The clowns began to cry blood, a crimson red flowing down their faces. They began to move, dancing and playing about the walls. their blood creating obscene designs upon the walls. They danced around the walls of the room, playing and skipping, doing cartwheels and jumping jacks, all the while their faces turning more dark, more sinister, more evil. They changed from happy clowns to a twisted visage of their original selves. They continued to cry tears of blood which trickled and sprayed down the walls, forming the same images and letters found within the pages of the book. It was then that I felt hands around me, gripping onto my shoulders and embracing my waist, holding tightly to my wrists and wrapping strongly around my legs. I was terrified and shocked as I was pulled violently backwards into the darkness. I was pulled away swiftly from the light of the room. I watched as the rectangle of the doorway became smaller and smaller, so small, so far away, that it became a square. Then, further I was pulled away. The square of the door became a tiny circle, and then it was but a pinpoint of light. Then, nothing. Nothing but darkness. Nothing but the tightly binding hands gripping my body. The invisible hands holding me tightly, pulling me ever backwards. I only knew I was still being pulled backwards because I could feel the wind against me, blowing my hair and clothing forward, the wind blowing in my ears, booming against my eardrums, louder and louder. Then, suddenly, all was silent, and I felt a weightlessness. I no longer felt the hands upon me, and it was as if I was floating in space, drifting in an endless void of absolute darkness. Alone. Completely alone in the empty blackness. I then felt my back press gently against a wall, which shocked me for an instant, and then I turned. I turned to see a wall, a hallway with a door at the end of it, a hallway with a door floating in nothing. To my right was a door, and to my left was a cliff of absolute nothingness. I chose the door. I crawled in the weightlessness, clawing at the wall to pull myself along it. I kicked and pulled myself along the wall to the door, clawing along the pale blue hallway toward a bright white door. I reached out for its handle, and it flung open. The door opened to a place foreign to any belief or reason. The world itself consisted of a vast array of colors, like the inside of a rainbow. It was as if I was seeing every color of the spectrum, even those unable to be seen by the human eye. I was seeing colors for the first time, colors I'd never witnessed. My mind was in overdrive, and I could feel myself experiencing a sensory overload. It was then that I noticed not just the world's environment was colorful, but the color itself appeared to just float in the air like mist that never moved. It appeared like gasoline floating in a puddle. Yet, even when you swiped your hand through it, it would not move. It just hung there in space, in suspended animation. The world was a beautiful place. It was amazing, and I found myself in awe of it even being possible. I was dreaming. I had to be. This place was too wondrous to exist. It was then that I seen them. The bubbles of mist floating about. They were like the other mist, with the gasoline and the puddle-type color, but these had more shape to them. They were shaped like spheres, like bubbles. They could also move about, seemingly at will, unlike the other stationary mist. I looked within one of them as it approached me. I peered into it and seen that it contained an image of a young boy playing in a playground. It passed by me. I saw another approach me, when within it, I saw a man sitting happily on the beach, the sunshine beating down upon him. I felt a peacefulness emanating from these bubbles. It was then that I seen them, the things from my dreams, the things that should not be. Their black, amorphous bodies floated through the air, chasing and grabbing a hold of the bubbles with their tentacles and arms. They attached themselves to the dream spheres and appeared to feed upon their contents. As the creatures fed upon the bubbles, the orbs of dreams began to change color. They turned from a rainbow soap bubble color to a misty gray, like a light smoke trapped within a bubble. I watched a particular shadow thing as it attached itself to a bubble, and it changed it. The creature then detached itself from the bubble and pushed itself away, sending the rainbow orb my way. The sphere approached me, and I stepped aside, letting it pass. Within it, I seen an array of images, horrifying images. Images of people being chased by masked murderers, images of people being fed to monsters. The dreams had been transformed into nightmares. These creatures, these shadow things, they were creating nightmares. They were the source of nightmares. These things fed upon the happiness within dreams and left their waste. A dream twisted by them to create a nightmare. What are these things? I thought. Where am I? I continued, thinking one thought after another, my mind racing. I passed the creatures by, and they appeared not to notice me at all. Was I invisible to them? Or did they not care? It was then that I noticed where I was. I was in familiar territory. This road I was walking along was the road to the house where this all started. I was walking down a twisted version of the same road, and surely a twisted version of the same house would lie at the end of it. I followed the road, the colorful, twisting road, colors hanging in the air, monsters, things that should not be, lurking within the forests on either side. The bubbles of dreams and nightmares floating between the trees. What is this? I found myself thinking again. Is this a dream, or am I in the same world? Am I seeing the same world from a different perspective? What's going on? What's happening? Is this here all the time? What? I was having a sensory overload, like experiencing some form of hallucinogenic drug. The colors, the thoughts racing through my mind, one after another. What was happening to me? Did someone drug me? Did my uncle drug me? I thought. No, he wouldn't do that. Was there mold in the walls? Is our food gone bad? Am I infected by some sort of disease, long dormant left within the house? The thoughts continued to race through my weakening mind. It wasn't long before I saw the house before me, the same mansion where this all started, where the madness began. It was now a more bright and beautiful version of itself, newer. It looked as though it were just painted, a brand new house. Was I seeing the past of how the old decrepit house looked? Or was I seeing the future of how we could make it look? I approached the door to the house and began to hear a muffled sound, like someone yelling within the house. I slowly reached for the knob and opened the door with a loud screech of the door against the floorboards. Inside, it was not like the house. Inside, it was more like a cave. Gray stone walls leading up to stalactite-covered ceilings. There was a cave within the house. From deeper within the cave, I heard the sound again. This time, it was louder and was not muffled by the door. It was the sound of screaming, loud screaming, screams of moans of pain, screams of deep suffering. The screams were all of a familiar voice. It was his voice. It was the prisoner. It was the beast from the book, the tentacled thing, the thing with many arms and eyes. He was here, deep within the cave ahead of me. Though I was terrified, I had to proceed. I was again being drawn forward, but I couldn't fight it this time. I had to continue forward. I turned back to look at the beauty of the world behind me, the world between worlds, the world that existed on all planes, yet none at all. I marveled at its magnificence. Then I turned back toward the darkness of the cave and stepped through the doorway. I had traveled through the dream world, through the dreamscape. I had walked down a familiar road within the world of colors that existed inside, yet out of space, hovering there without motion. I had seen the orbs filled with dreams, dreams that were corrupted by the shadow things, the things in my dreams. No, the things in all of our dreams. The things that create our nightmares, the amorphous beasts that manipulate our very fears into this reality. At the end of the road was the house, the old mansion that started this all. The mansion we were in the middle of cleaning out looked brand new in this world, freshly built, freshly painted. I heard screaming, a muffled moaning and screaming of pain from within the walls of the house. I found myself curious. I had to know what was happening here, what was happening to me. I found myself thinking of the old saying, "Curiosity killed the cat," as I reached for the doorknob, but I ignored my better judgment and pushed onward. I opened the door and peered inside. Within the house, I saw not a comfy home, but a dark, pitch-black cave. The screaming continued, now able to be more clearly heard. It was familiar screaming, screaming from the beast, the prisoner within the book, that thing with appendages without reason, that thing with tentacles and many eyes and mouths. The creature within the pages of that wretched book was screaming. It was trapped somewhere within this cave, surely chained to that boulder, surrounded by everlasting fire. He was suffering. He needed me. I needed to move forward. I needed to help. Go. Move. I turned and looked back at the world of colors for a short moment, taking in its beauty and staring in awe at its very existence. I then turned and stepped into the darkness of the cave within the old house, a cave that existed outside of any rhyme or reason. But I had to continue. I had to find him. I had to find that prisoner bound to the stone. He needed me. He needed me. I needed to find him. I needed to move forward, deeper into the cave. I stepped into the cave, and the door slammed shut behind me, causing me to jump with a startle, snapping me out of the trance that I again had been lured into. I was now afraid. I was in complete darkness within the cave. I turned around to grab the handle for the door, desperately wanting to get out of this place, but where the handle should have been, I found nothing. In fact, I found nothing at all. No door, no wall, nothing. Just the cave all around me. The only sounds that could be heard from within the cave were the sounds of drops of water falling from the cave's ceiling into puddles upon the cave's floor, and the sound of breathing. My breathing. My terrified breathing echoing throughout the cave. I no longer heard the screaming of the beast, aside from the sounds of water droplets and my breath. There was nothing. Just silence. I took a step forward, and even the sound of my footsteps sounded louder as they reverberated off the cave's walls. It created a kind of amplification, like a dark and abysmal amphitheater. I took another step, and again it was amplified. Then I took another, and another. I ventured deeper and deeper into the cave, unable to see even my hand inches from my face. It was as if I were blind with an acute sense of hearing within the deafeningly silent cave. It was then that I was hit with a breeze. Not a cold breeze, but like a breeze on a hot day. The kind of breeze that blows the heat into you and fills your lungs with dry air instead of comforting you and cooling you down. With the air came the smell that had been haunting me for days, the smell without a source, the smell of rotting meat, like decaying flesh. But there was something else this time. This time, it had a slightly different odor, but I could not quite put my finger on it. The smell of decay and death filled my nostrils. It was as if something had died and was left baking out in the sun. But the cave was complete darkness. There was no sun here. Where's the smell coming from? What the hell is it? I found myself nearly gagging from the aroma that filled the air, and as I pressed onward, it grew more thick. The disgusting scent was soon so strong that I began to taste it upon my tongue, nearly causing me to vomit. It smelled so putrid, so vile. I pressed onward, feeling sicker with each step, and with each step, the temperature also rose. It began to get hotter and hotter. I began to sweat, and the odor of my body mixed with the pungent odor within the cave, mixing to form a new, nearly vomit-inducing smell. I moved forward, ever forward, ever onward. I had to keep going. I had to. The breeze that carried the heat and smell also grew stronger. I could feel it blowing my hair back even more, and I could feel the air booming against my eardrums. It wasn't a constant breeze. It seemed to come in intervals. The wind would come quickly, and then it would suddenly stop, leaving everything silent again. This was maddening. Silence followed by loud, booming wind, along with a feverish heat and an odor that would cause those with weak stomachs to vomit. Believe me, it was taking me every bit of my strength to fight back the urge. Soon, I seen a light at the end of the darkness. It was like a small, red eye staring back at me. It looked so much like an eye at first glance that it's what I thought it was. The eye of some cyclopean beast staring back at me, but no, it was a crimson light at the end of the tunnel. Surely the exit to the cave, and surely the source of the heat and the wind. But what was emanating this red light? I walked toward the light, and it got bigger, closer, and ever closer. The heat was now nearly unbearable, and the smell made my eyes water. It made snot run out of my nostrils and made my nose burn. It was so strong that I thought I lost my ability to smell. It burned my nose so bad, but I was wrong, unfortunately. I would have rather lost my ability to smell than to inhale the aroma any further. I stumbled. I fell to my knees on the hard, wet stone of the cave's floor. It hurt, but I didn't care because I was clenching my stomach. The odor was so strong and so vile that it was causing me physical pain. I could no longer keep it in. I keeled over and began to vomit upon the cave floor. I lost every bit of the contents of my stomach as the smell attempted to kill my senses, as it attempted to kill me. I threw up until there was nothing left. Nothing but dry heaves followed, causing gut-wrenching pain in my stomach. I clenched my stomach tighter and began to feel dizzy. I had to go on. I had to continue. I had to. I can't. I slumped over and fell onto my side, partially laying in my own pool of vomit, mixing with the water upon the cave floor. I could go no further. Am I going to die here? I thought, as I stared at the red eye, the red light, so far away. I began to lose my senses, and the light began to dim. Was I dying? Why? Why me? I thought, as I began to feel myself drift away. It was then that I felt them again. The hands that pulled me into this world. They again wrapped themselves around my body, and I could feel myself being lifted up off the ground. I looked around, but could still see nothing. Only darkness. I then looked back at the crimson light and seen it slowly getting bigger and bigger. It was getting closer and closer. I was being carried toward the exit of this cave. I could no longer smell or taste anything. The odor within the cave had burned away those senses, leaving me fearing that they would never return. But I had more pressing matters at the moment. I was being carried by unseen hands within the darkness toward a burning light. The heat was getting more and more intense, along with the wind that came from the opening. What was happening? Is this an oven? Am I being cooked? I thought to myself. I began to scream. Stop! Please stop! Put me down! Please! I can't take the heat! You're killing me! But the hands did not stop. I was carried ever closer and closer. The opening was now very clear and very close. Within the circle of the opening, I could see a flickering of the light, like the flickering of a fire. Was this the fire from the book? The fire that surrounds the beast? I asked myself. Then that means that smell. The smell of decaying, charred, burning flesh. I continued. I quickly came to the realization that the source of the heat was the fire from the book, and the smell was the odor of the beast's flesh being slowly burned away, leaving it to bleed and rot. In the light emanating from the cave's fiery eye, I could see the walls of the cave more clearly now. I could see the water trickling down its walls and pooling on the floor, but it was not water. It was blood. The cave's walls and ceilings were bleeding, and I'd been moving through it this entire time. The light then shone upon me, and I looked around. I could not see the hands that held on to me. They were phantom hands. However, I did see myself. I was drenched in blood. I was covered in a dark crimson. I had been laying in blood and vomit before I was lifted up by these unseen appendages. The blood dripped from my body, and I was carried away closer to the burning eye. I was still struggling against the binding hands, but it was of no use. They were not letting go. I was drenched in blood and my own sweat. It was so hot. So hot. The doorway of the cave grew larger, and I was soon mere yards away. It was then that the hands released me, and I fell onto my back on the ground. I hit with a loud thud and laid there for a moment. My back was in severe pain from the drop, and I thought something had been damaged. Luckily, I was not paralyzed. Then, it returned. The screaming. The familiar screaming. I was startled when it returned. It caused me to jump, sending a jolt of pain down my spine. The screaming was now very loud and very clear. It was the beast, the prisoner from the book. He was yelling and screaming in pain, eternally damned to be bound to the stone within a ring of ever-burning fires. The prisoner must be somewhere past the eye, within the deeper caverns of this place. I slowly climbed to my feet, pushing myself up off the ground, fighting against the pulsating wind against me, struggling to keep the wind from pushing me back onto the ground. The wind was now quicker. It came in shorter intervals. I had to be close to its source. I had to be close to the origin of the wind, smell, and heat within the cave. It had to be just up ahead. I pushed forward and walked slowly toward the eye, the doorway lit by fire beyond it. I made my way to the doorway and found myself standing at the edge of a precipice. A great, deep gorge within the cavern that fell hundreds of feet down. I gazed over the cliff's edge and stared down into the pit, down to the fires that raged below. It was like a volcano. There was magma flowing from within this place. Beneath me the cave curved around to the right, and I could not see what was beyond it, but I could tell that this is where the screaming originated. That is where I would find him. That is where I had to go. Where I must go. Must go. I noticed the pathway that hugged the left side of the chasm and wound down the pit toward the bottom. This was my way down. I moved toward the wall and stayed as close as possible to avoid falling to a fiery death. I made my way slowly downward, very leery of the crumbling pathway beneath me. I feared it could fall out from under me at any moment. Luckily, the path held true and allowed me safe passage to the bottom of the gorge. The heat was unbearable, and I again felt as if I were dying. I was sweating buckets, but my perspiration would evaporate as soon as it left my pores. I was dehydrating, and now the extreme heat was making me feel sick to my stomach. Then I saw them. The fires. The fires that raged around the stone. The stone and the beast. There he was. There he was, bound in all of his magnificence, his splendor, his punishment. The beast towered over me like a tall column of a body, spotted with 1,000,000 arms and legs and eyes and teeth. He had wings that sprouted from every which way, including 2 very large ones at his shoulders, all of them flapping, creating the wind that pulsated through the cave. This was the source of all of it. I could see his eyes about his invertebrate head, crying blood, crying like the book, crying like the clowns. I watched as the fires burned away his skin. I watched his charred flesh fall to the ground beneath him, tentacles, arms, and legs, all dropping to the ground in a pile of putrid embers. Once the flesh upon the ground was extinguished, it appeared to crawl back to his body, slithering across the ground like a large slug and lurching its way up his body to reattach itself to him, forming a new body part to be burned away. His appendages and tentacles writhed in pain, thrashing about and all around. He now screamed from his many mouths, mouths scattered about his amorphous body, each mouth with a different tone, each mouth a different language, all screaming out in sync, all screaming like a twisted chorus of anguish. I looked upon him, and I could feel him begging me, pleading to me. He needed my help. He needed me. I had to help him. I walked forward toward a cliff that stood over top of the ever-raging fires, extending into the blazing ring near to where the monster resided. He towered over me, and his many arms reached for me, but the chains that held him to the stone prevented him from grabbing hold. I looked up at him, and he down at me. I could feel his very power within me. I felt as if I were being possessed. I felt stronger, more powerful, yet I also felt myself weaker, more frail. I heard within my head. He spoke directly into my mind. I panicked for a moment, my heart racing, beating out of my chest. My chest hurt. I felt as though I were having a heart attack. Everything seemed more vivid, more real. I began to hear the voice again in my head, begging me for help, pleading in a million voices, requesting in 1,000 languages, some current, some long dead and forgotten. Yet, I understood them all. He needed help, and I had to help him. He asked again. Yes, I replied to him. It was then that I seen a blinding white light fill the area. The light was followed by a deafening, thunderous crack, a crack that I could feel like a shockwave reverberating throughout the caverns and piercing into me, breaking through my soul, puncturing my life, my being. I didn't know what was happening. It was like reality itself had shattered around me. Is this the end? I asked myself. Is this what it's like to die? I continued. I found myself quickly weakening, and I was unable to hold on any longer. Was the last thing I heard before my eyes rolled back into my head, and I passed out. I had traveled through the dreamscape and seen its beauty and splendor. The dreams and the colors hanging out of space. I seen the house that we had been working on, the old mansion in all of its glory. I had seen the beauty of the world of dreams, the place where our mind goes when we rest. During the moments of fluttering eyes within our sleep, this is where we reside. I also seen the darkness of this world, twisted shadow things, the things that turned our dreams into nightmares and tainted this beautiful world. I also had traveled through the caverns within the walls of the house, the cave that should not be in the world that could not be. I had felt the heat within the cave. I had felt the wind that carried it. Like hot steam from an oven, it wafted toward me, bringing with it a drier heat. So hot, it took my breath away. I had also smelled that putrid aroma that the wind carried, the odor of rotting and burning flesh, a disgusting and wretched smell, a smell that nearly killed me. I was carried away by unseen hands for a second time, toward the eye, the crimson eye of a burning torment. The eye I had seen was an opening to a wider cavern, and down below me was a sea of molten lava with fires burning all around. At the cavern's bottom is where I found him, the beast, the thing with 1,000,000 appendages, the monster with a squid for a head and 100 wings, the thing with a deep pain, a deep sorrow. The thing had called to me and begged for my help, and I gave it. After my agreement, there was a flash of light, and I felt as if I were losing myself. The white soon changed to black, and I felt myself losing consciousness. I felt as if I were dying. But unfortunately, that was not the case. When my eyes opened, I was yet again in a foreign place. I found myself in a cold room. It was dimly lit, and I was laying upon a bed that was bolted to the wall of the room. The walls were an off-white color, and as I reached out my hand and placed it upon a foreign wall, I found that they were soft to the touch. They were padded. I was in a padded cell. What was I doing here? "Where am I?" I asked, looking around, confused. "How did I get here? What am I doing here?" I continued. "Where am I?" I screamed in panic. It was then that the door slid open, and I was greeted by a man. He was wearing a doctor's jacket and held up a clipboard in his hands. He was a nearly middle-aged man, around his mid to late 30s. His hair was a light brown color, and it was parted at the side. He wore glasses and had a gentle smile upon his face. "Go on in, Dr. Ward," I heard a guy say from the hallway behind the doctor. "If you need us, we'll be right outside the door," he continued. "I don't think that will be necessary," the doctor said before he stepped inside, and the door closed behind him. "Hello, sir. How are you today?" Dr. Ward asked. "Where am I?" I asked. "How did I get here?" I continued with panic in my voice. "I'm Dr. Herbert Ward, and you're in St. Margaret's Hospital," Dr. Ward answered. "Why am I in a hospital? What happened?" I asked, even more panicked. "You don't remember what happened?" the doctor questioned. "What do you mean, what happened?" I asked, my breathing quickening. "You were admitted over a week ago. You don't remember coming here?" the doctor questioned, a look of concern upon his face. "No. What happened? How did I get here?" I asked, my eyes wide with fear and my heart nearly stopping from fear. "You don't remember what happened before coming here either?" Dr. Ward asked. "What happened? What happened to me? Why am I here?" I continued, asking one question after another, now in a total panic. "Amnesia is a common coping mechanism for patients such as yourself. It helps to cope with what you did. But you need to face what you did in order to overcome it. You need to accept what you did so that you can heal yourself," the doctor told me in a calm voice and very compassionate manner. "Cope with what I did? What are you talking about? What did I do?" I asked in a bit of an outrage. "I'm gonna have to ask you to calm down. Need I remind you that the guards are right outside for my protection?" the doctor reminded me. "Calm down?" I started, nearly lashing out at the man before realizing my situation and backing away from him and letting him be aware of my compliance. I was between a rock and a hard place. I didn't know what the guards would do if they had to be called in. "What did I do?" I asked, now in a calmer manner. "Collect yourself, because I'm afraid the situation is a bit grim. I'm sorry to tell you, but you murdered your uncle," the doctor told me with a sincerity in his voice. "What?" I exclaimed. "I wouldn't murder my uncle. You have the wrong guy," I yelled at him. "Sir, we'll have to give you another warning. I don't want to have to call them in to restrain you," Dr. Ward said, referring to the guards outside the door. I again complied, at least as much as my outrage would allow me. "I didn't kill my uncle. My uncle's not dead. I'm innocent," I told him, but he kept to his story. "When the police broke down the door, they found you inside, covered in your uncle's blood. His remains were found upstairs in one of the bedrooms. His blood had been smeared across the walls to form what appeared to be images that were satanic in nature," Dr. Ward continued. "What?" I asked, in shock by what the doctor just told me. "I didn't do that. That didn't happen. I was in the Dreamscape. I didn't do that," I yelled at him, still backed into a corner so as to not alert him too much. Yes, the Dreamscape. The world of dreams and nightmares. I'm afraid this is a delusion brought on to replace the real nightmare of what you really did. The doctor told me, in a completely calm and compassionate yet condescending way. No! I was there! I seen it! I seen the colors and the dreams! I seen the nightmares and the monsters that made them! I seen the darkness and I seen the beast! I seen him! It happened! I exclaimed. My uncle's not dead! That's not real! That didn't happen! I continued, screaming at the doctor. Sir, this is your third and final warning. Calm down. He began. No! I interrupted. That didn't happen. I didn't kill my uncle. I don't belong here. I yelled as the doctor jumped to his feet and called for the guards. The door opened and 2 large men rushed through. They jumped onto me and pinned me down onto the bed, holding my arms while the other held my legs. I struggled against them and screamed and yelled at them and the doctor. Stop! I exclaimed. I didn't kill my uncle! I yelled. Let me go! I continued as I kicked and punched, flailing about as I tried to free myself. A tall orderly dressed in a white jumpsuit then entered through the door, a syringe in his hand. No! Stop! I yelled, still struggling uselessly against the 2 large guards as the orderly approached with the syringe. He stuck the needle into my arm and injected the clear substance inside into my vein. I struggled against him, nearly breaking the needle's tip off in my arm. The orderly withdrew the needle and backed away from me. I continued to struggle for a few more moments before I began to feel my body becoming weak and then going limp. I had lost all my energy. The guards loosened their grip and eventually released me as I began to drift off. As I drifted off, I thought about what the doctor had said and what I had agreed to. I had agreed to help the beast. Had he possessed me? Had he made me kill my uncle? Did I actually kill my uncle? No, I couldn't have. Could I? I fell asleep, a dreamless sleep. I could finally rest again. I awoke in the evening with a splitting headache. I had hoped that it had all been a dream, but I was disappointed. I was still in my padded cell. I was in the real world now. I began to think again. I thought about the dreamscape and all the things that happened. All the places that I had been and all the things that I had seen. But then I began to remember. As I thought about different places within the dreamscape, different images began to flash within my mind. Images of things that I didn't remember, but still had vague memories of. I thought of hands grabbing onto me. With it, I seen my uncle grabbing onto me, shaking me. I then thought of the orbs of dreams. I seen my uncle's eyes looking at me, pleadingly. Then I seen the creatures, the shadow things, turning the dreams into nightmares and clouding the dream spheres like smoke in a bubble, turning the dreams to nightmares. Then I seen my uncle's eyes change to a clouded-over color, my eyes staring into his as they went blank. Then I remembered being drawn through the cave by unseen hands, and the red eye getting larger and larger. I then seen my hands prying his hands off my clothing, his white shirt now stained with a dark crimson spot, a spot shaped like an eye. The headache was nearly unbearable now, and I held my head in my hands, curling up into a ball, in the fetal position like a baby in the womb. I began to cry from the pain as the images continued to flash through my further weakening mind. I began to remember things out of order, and my mind became confused. Flashes of different parts of the dreamscape swirled about in my mind's eye. I seen the child's room, with the clowns painted on the walls, The clowns that were still at first, but then danced about the walls. The clowns changed. They changed from happy to evil, from smiling faces to grimacing and menacing ones. They cried tears of blood, and the blood ran down the walls, forming images from that wretched book. Following this, another foreign memory flashed within my mind. I held a dismembered arm in my hand, writing the images upon the walls myself, using the bleeding arm like an oversized paintbrush. I began to feel sick as I began to realize what was happening. Had I really done this? Did this all actually happen? I then remembered the dark walls of the cave, the walls with the blood flowing down them. Then I seen myself walking out the door and out the hallway, the bloody stub of an arm held against the wall, like a disembodied experience. I saw myself running the bloody arm along the wall, leaving a crimson trail to the room of carnage. I remembered walking the winding pathway toward the burning fires below. Then I saw myself walking lazily down the stairs and turning into the living room. There, I saw myself put some of the debris from the house into the fireplace. I then retrieved a lighter from my pocket and lit a fire. The fire soon raged within the fireplace. I flashed between the fireplace and the fires within the cavern, seeing one and then the other, over and over again. Then I saw him. I saw the beast, the monster with 1,000,000 arms and legs, thousands of eyes and mouths, tentacles, and crustacean-like legs all strewn about, wings large and small, blowing burning winds up the cavern and out through the tunnel. I saw his squid head and cat eyes, but he looked different now. More menacing, more evil. He no longer looked at me with pleading eyes. He no longer cried to me. He now had a completely evil aura about him. The beast was no longer chained to the stone, and the fires around him still raged, but now could no longer hold him back. I then saw myself grasp the book within my hands. I read from the wretched book, and I saw myself rocking back and forth. I knew I was speaking, but I could not hear the words. I watched as the blood that covered me soaked the pages in the book, making a drop in the corner, the bottom right corner. Then the blood covered and smeared the next few pages of the wretched book. I then tossed the book into the flames, and the book burst into a bright white flame. I then remembered the bright light after agreeing to help the beast. Then the fire died down a bit, and the room began to fill with a dark, black smoke. Then I remembered the darkness. I had inhaled the fumes of the burning book, and I had fallen unconscious. Did this really happen? Did I forget it all because of a bump on the head? Did I really do this? Did I really create the dreamscape to help forget about all this? No, I couldn't have done this. The thoughts raced through my head, and I could feel myself losing my mind, losing myself further and further. I was panicking, and my head was in pain. Then, suddenly, all was silent. The headache was gone. The pain had ceased, and I was left in peace. I remembered now. I'd been here for days, keeping myself awake, not wanting to go back to that place, not wanting to see the beasts again. It was my beast. It was me. No, it existed. It's real. He's real. The prisoner. No. He's freed now. I freed him. He's real. Did he make me do this? Was he controlling me? I further questioned my sanity. I no longer knew what was real and what was not. I no longer could tell the difference between facts and fictions created by my own mind. I was startled by the sound of a loud crack of thunder so loud it shook the entire hospital, St. Margaret's Hospital, for the criminally insane. I arose from my bed and walked over to the barred window that was up near the top of the room, where I could not reach it. I looked up into the rainy sky and saw the lightning flash. The thunder followed soon after. The storm was right overhead. Then I heard the voices again. The voices of the beast, in 1,000 languages, all speaking in foreign tongues, all speaking in my head. Then I looked up and saw the shadow in the sky, the shadow of the beast. I have been here for several years now, in a room with white, padded walls, the flat, cold bed that sat in the corner, and the little end table that sat beside it, corners shaved to a curve, and bolts locking its legs to the floor, all preventing me from using it as a weapon or something in case of some kind of crazy outburst. I believed for many years that I had released the tentacled beast upon the earth. I feared that I had freed a horrible, eldritch prisoner to destroy not just the world as we know it, but the very fabric of existence, the essence of being. I felt his presence everywhere, in the shadows of the courtyard, within dark doorways and dimly lit halls. Everywhere that I went, I could feel this uneasiness, which warned me that he could be just around the corner. It was like a psychic stench that only I could smell. I knew he was there, watching, waiting. He was free, but he still haunted me. It was as if he was everywhere, yet nowhere at all. Despite my ever-growing paranoia, the doctors believed that I was making progress, but I'm still haunted by the feeling of dread at every passing moment. I fear that the world will fall out from under me at any minute, and that I will descend into a world of nightmares, filled with terrifying, hidden things beyond the realm of human cognition. A world beyond, yet inside of our own. I knew it was there, but at least I could not see it. I knew that the entire world could not see it either. So, as long as it didn't hurt them, I figured it wouldn't hurt me either. Then, I thought about the strange deaths and disappearances over the years. People from all around the world just vanishing or up and dying without any explanation. What if this other world really did have some kind of effect upon our own? I'm sorry, I'm rambling again, aren't I? Is there anything else that you'd like to know? The man said, looking toward me. He had been here for many years, after he had murdered his uncle in an old building that they were fixing up. He claimed that he had released a demon, and that it was the demon that had killed his uncle. He completely believed this delusion. However, they never found a book. Demons aren't real, and they found him covered in his uncle's blood, so it was pretty concrete what had happened. Thank you for telling me about yourself, sir, I said. You said that a demon killed your uncle? What was this demon's name? I asked him. I don't think he has one, he began. I think this thing's been around forever, just sealed away inside this other reality that's inside of our own. It's probably existed since the earliest forms of multicellular life sprouted from the ocean and began to feed the beings that co-evolved beyond the thin veil of existence. He finished. "Thank you," I told him, before we were startled by a knock from outside the door. I knew that this meant that visiting hours were over and that I had to be on my way. I thanked the poor man and was on my way. The guards standing there gave me weird looks, as if I were doing something wrong. I was just a reporter doing a special piece for the upcoming anniversary of the brutal murder in a nearby house. I had just interviewed the culprit, whom was guilty of that murder. I grabbed the belongings that I had checked at the door and left the premises. During the entire drive back to the city, I thought about the man that was known to the public only as the cultist. The fantastical stories that filled the newspapers were only a sliver of the claims that the man had. The headlines were just the tip of the insanity iceberg on this one. You can only say so much in a newspaper, and many of them focused on the crime, or speculated on the motives behind his insanity. None of them really listened to his madness. He rambled of things that existed within a dimension inside of and next to our own. He spat out one thought after another, explaining to me how there were infinite universes on top of, beneath, beside, and inside of each other, all existing at once, and being manifested into existence at once. All of them were connected, all of them very similar, yet different. They ranged from minor variations, like differences in what I had for breakfast this morning, to complete chaos where the world had been thrown into nuclear war or some kind of viral outbreak had taken place. He said that they were all connected through the endless consciousness and unconsciousness of all things that have ever been and always will be. They multiplied every fraction of a fraction of a fraction of a second forever into infinity, and all of them were born within the Dreamscape. The Dreamscape, a place that exists outside of space, in a time outside of time, where dreams are born and nightmares thrive. It stretches forever into the void, in every direction where everything is, yet nothing can be. The Dreamscape. A world existing inside of and next to every other world, like the shaded glue binding the multiverse together. The man was obviously delusional, ranting about alternate dimensions and infernal, immortal beings that existed since time immemorial. I needed a break from the crazy before I was sucked down into the rabbit hole, just like that insane, delusional guy. So, I stopped in at my favorite little hole-in-the-wall restaurant just off Main Street, where I sat down in my usual booth in front of the window and ordered my usual meal. A meal consisted of a medium-rare burger, extra pickles, along with the place's signature spicy curly fries. The place may have been a quaint, often overlooked little restaurant, but it was actually fairly well known around the area for its mouth-watering, spicy curly fries. As I sat there, waiting for my meal, just as I normally do, something very, very unusual took place. I happened to peer out of the window across the street towards a small park that sat just on the other side of the busy road. The park was filled with young children, all happily playing on the playground equipment. But there was something unusual. There was a man standing on the sidewalk between the park and the road. The man stood there, completely motionless, just staring at me. He wasn't looking at the restaurant, the road, or anything. He was staring directly at me. He was of average height and build, aside from a bit of a beer gut. He appeared to be a vagrant, covered in tattered and torn clothing that was in turn covered with grit and grime. I couldn't tell much what he looked like from where I was seated, only that he had a scraggly, dirty beard and dirty skin to match. He kind of gave me the creeps, and I tried to turn away and ignore him while waiting as patiently as possible for my food. But to be totally honest, I wanted to get my food, eat it, and get the hell out of there as fast as possible. It wasn't long before my food came, delivered by the same cute redhead that had taken my order. I scarfed it down as quickly as I could. It was delicious as usual, but I didn't want to sit around and savor it. Hell, I even neglected to put any ketchup or mustard on my burger, because I just wanted to get the hell out of there. I was about halfway through my burger when I happened to once again glance out the window. He was gone. The man was nowhere to be found, and I sighed in relief, figuring that he'd moved on to better things. I turned to continue eating my food, but when I was about to take another bite, I was startled by the sound of a loud thud against the glass of the window, followed by several bangs against the portal. The man was now pressed against the glass, pounding on it with his fists, his face pushed up against the glass like he was trying to force his head through. His mouth gaped open, and I could hear his frantic screams, which left clouds of fog upon the window. The man's eyes were filled with madness and anger. He acted as though he wanted to kill me. He clawed and bit at the glass, his skin covered in cuts and boils, his beard filled with what looked like decades of rotten bits of food and muck, its hairs all sticking together in patches, making him even further unsightly. I jumped out of my seat and onto the floor, crawling backwards away from the window where I was sure the man would smash through. I suddenly turned to look at the other patrons of the restaurant. Everyone was staring at me like I was out of my mind. I then pointed to the window to defend my actions, to show them the crazed man that was outside the thin glass window pane. But he was gone. Completely gone. There wasn't even a trace of where he had been. No clouds upon the window, no smears of grime across the glass, and no scratches. The window pane was completely pristine. But There was a man pounding on the window, I said in a panic, trying to explain myself, but everyone just looked at me, confused and disturbed. I knew that they had not seen him. I quickly got up from the ground and retrieved my wallet before tossing a 10 onto the table, more than enough to pay for my meal and a tip. I'm sorry, I managed to stutter as I tossed the money onto the table and quickly rushed out the door. As I made my way home, 1,000 thoughts began to flood through my mind. Was that guy on drugs? What did he want? Was he even there? Did anyone else see him? Am I losing my mind? Maybe I need to take a break from this crazy research, I thought. I think it might be affecting my brain. I tried my best to rationalize what had happened and push it out of my mind, but try as I might, I couldn't get that memory out of my head. Even worse, I couldn't make any believable sense of it. Eventually, I'd made it back to my little one-bedroom apartment. Well, one-room apartment, rather. Room 103. The place that I lived was a dump, and it was kind of more of a dorm than an apartment complex. We didn't even have our own bathrooms. Everyone there had to use the same bathrooms and showers. It was safe, though. Everything was separated with walls, and every stall had a lock, and we had security guards 24/7. But it still wasn't a very homey environment. It was a place to rest my head, after all. The tenants were nice, and the rent was cheap, so I wasn't going to complain. My room was small and cold, but my bed was nice and warm, and it surprisingly wasn't too long before my wandering mind allowed me to drift off to sleep. I was awoken in the middle of the night to the sound of my bedside phone ringing. I slowly stirred and rolled over to look at my phone, and my digital clock sitting beside it. Who the hell's calling me at 3:30 in the morning? I grumbled, seeing that the time read just after 3:30. I continued to grumble as I reached over and grabbed the phone from my bedside. "Hello?" I said sleepily, after placing the receiver to my ear.
"Hello, sir. I'm sorry to bother you at this hour, but this is Dr. Ward. You met me earlier today when you wanted to speak to a patient of mine."
The voice on the other end of the line spoke. Yeah? I said, confused as to why the doctor would be calling me, especially in the middle of the night.
"After you left, he went mad, and we haven't been able to sedate him. He threw his dinner on the floor and went and barricaded himself in his room. We've been able to talk to him, and he seems to be of solid mind at the moment, but he keeps demanding to speak to you,"
Dr. Ward informed me. Me? Why does he want to speak to me? I asked, now even more confused than ever.
"He says you're the only one that understands him. I'm sorry to bother you like this. He was doing so well. He hadn't had an outburst like this in months, and he was getting along just fine with the other patients. But, sir, may I ask you to please come down here and speak with him? You don't have to go in there with him or anything. We're just asking you to come help talk him into coming out of his room. For some reason, he feels a connection to you, and you make him feel safe. So, if it wouldn't be too much of a bother, would you please come down to the hospital and see what you can do?"
Dr. Ward asked. I started, not knowing how to answer, but being the good Samaritan that I was, I agreed to come help them with the situation. I rolled out of bed and gathered together my clothes so that I could be decent to assist in helping them, and not be arrested for indecent exposure in the process. Stumbling through the darkness of my little room, with only a dim streetlight from the outside illuminating my way, I made it to the door and stepped out into the hallway. But my foot didn't make contact with solid ground. Instead, I let out a scream as I fell down into an endless darkness. I kicked my legs and flung my arms in every direction, praying to make contact with some form of surface so that I could possibly climb my way out of this abyss. But there was nothing. Endless darkness in every direction, with only the fading light shining in from my bedroom door above me, a light that quickly turned into a pinpoint, and then into nothingness. Only pure black. I could see small lights from below me in the pit, like fluorescent spheres that appeared to shift their colors like gasoline in a puddle. The colors quickly grew in size, and I was soon able to see their true shape. They were indeed spheres, like multicolored bubbles, all floating upward in the shaft of the pit. These bubbles were of all shapes and sizes, and they gave me an odd feeling of tranquility. They made me feel like everything was going to be all right. Like I wasn't going to hit the bottom of this pit and splat like an insect on a car windshield. I watched as these bubbles began to pass me by, and as I fell quickly past them, I was able to catch glimpses of images within them. There were images of beautiful places and beautiful things, waterfalls, flower-filled meadows, unicorns, and puppies. There were feelings of love and joy and happiness that seemed to emanate from the bubbles filled with dreams. But for every dream, there is a nightmare, and my feelings of peace and well-being were soon replaced by those of fear and anger. The feelings were followed by the things that caused them, the nightmares flooding upward from the pit, the swirling masses of amorphous darkness, a mixing of black and purple. I watched as these things morphed and transformed, shooting upward beside me. There were things with arms tipped with clawed hands, odd appendages with large bloodshot eyes, others with mouths with rows of jagged teeth within them, and several tentacles, both short and long, stuck out from every angle of the creatures. These appendages were used to latch on to the bubbles of dreams, so that the demonic creatures could siphon the joy, the very life, from the rainbow-colored bubbles, twisting and transforming them into a darkened shell of their former selves. A darker shell that soon sprouted disgusting appendages of its own, spreading like a virus and becoming a nightmare itself. The things appeared to pay me no mind as I fell. Their only interest for the moment was spreading their darkness. I was distracted by the various creatures floating upwards when I felt a hard thud, followed by the cold feeling of tile floor against my skin. For a moment, I thought for sure that I was dead. There was no way that anyone could survive a fall that far. Yet, here I was, laying completely unhurt upon a cold, white tile floor. My first instinct was to roll over and look upward at the great pit from where I had fallen, but I didn't see a large black hole like I expected. Instead, I saw the plain, white ceiling tiles and large lights of a hospital hallway. Sure enough, upon climbing to my feet, I saw that I was indeed in the hospital. There, down the hallway, as I suspected, was a somewhat large gathering of people in front of a closed door, all of them trying desperately to get in.
You're finally here. What took you so long?
Dr. Ward yelled to me, motioning for me to come over.
The journalist you talked to earlier is here now. Will you please come out and talk to him?
Dr. Ward then said, turning toward the door. I was terrified, and I was completely confused as to how I had gotten here, and what had just happened. What did I just see? How am I here? I thought, as I mindlessly approached the commotion ahead of me.
Come on now.
Dr. Ward beckoned for me. I approached the door and the group of people. Hey, I heard that you were asking for me, I said. Is it really you? Familiar voice said from behind the door. Yes, it's me. I was here earlier so that you could tell me your story, I informed him. Are they still out there? Asked the man on the other side. The doctors and nurses? Yes, sir, but they're just here to help, I answered him. No! The man yelled loudly. Not them! The things! The nightmares! The monsters! Are they out there? He frantically yelled through the door. No, sir. Just the doctors, nurses, and myself. I came all the way down here in the middle of the night just so I could talk to you again. Just so I could hear more of your story. So, if you'd like to come and tell me about it, why don't you come out and we can sit and have a chat, okay? I asked him nicely, trying to coerce him into opening the door, allowing the orderlies access to him so that they could sedate him and I could get home. The voice on the other side of the door said, unsure. All right. Everyone please stand back. I'm opening the door, the man said through the metal barrier.
Thank you,
Dr. Ward whispered to me as we began to hear movement behind the barrier before us. The door slowly swung open to reveal the man inside, and I nearly fell onto my knees in shock. The man inside was not the man that I had interviewed. Instead, it was as if I was looking into a mirror. The room inside resembled my room at home, and the man before me was me. In shock, I turned to look at the doctors and nurses behind me, catching the number of the room on the door as I did. 103. I then continued to turn and saw a young, red-headed nurse and an orderly with a clean-cut beard and a beer gut. I recognized them as the waitress that had taken my order, and the crazed man outside. "What the hell is going on?" I asked, to no one in particular, completely confused as to what was happening.
"You're here with us now, sir,"
Dr. Ward said. "What?" I asked him, nearly in a panic. Dr. Ward simply looked at me and began to laugh. His laugh then turned to a kind of high-pitched cackle, which slowly deepened into a deep and demonic laughter. I watched Dr. Ward's skin begin to peel and flake away, chipping and falling to the floor like chips of bloody paint falling from a wall. As his skin cracked and fell, I soon witnessed tentacles sprouting from the cracks in his flesh. First, small ones, followed by larger ones as his face began to split apart, revealing the hideous beast beneath. The head that protruded from the doctor's lab coat was now that of a squid-like, multi-tentacled beast that was also covered with crab-like appendages. Crab legs and claws sprouted from his neck and head, and within the folds of his skin could be seen both large and small mouths with grinding, jagged teeth. But it was the creature's eyes that filled me with dread. They were golden, almost cat-like eyes that sat on either side of his head, narrowing into an angered brow. I screamed in terror as the nurses, doctors, and orderlies rotted into corpses and spilled into pools of gore upon the floor. They were nothing but mere flesh puppets of the beast before me.
"You succeed where he is failed."
The beast spoke to me in 1,000 different voices, all of them speaking in unison. The creature then slammed the door shut, locking me in the room. The man was gone, logically, because he and I were one and the same, and I was now alone, trapped in my own prison. I had spent hours in the darkness of my cold cell, curled up against the wall, cowering as my fear shook me to the core. I no longer knew what had been real and what had been fake. I now knew how that man had felt. That man, he wasn't crazy. I knew then that I had to talk to him again. Maybe with his help, we could fix this. Maybe we could get out of here. 2 heads are better than 1 after all. But for now, there wasn't anything I could do. After I was satisfied that I was at least relatively safe, I decided that I may as well make myself comfortable. So I climbed up onto the bed that had been pushed against the wall beside the door, and eventually I fell asleep. I was exhausted from terror, and I could no longer keep my eyes open. I awoke to the sound of my large metal door creaking open. "Good morning," said the calm voice of a man. I quickly clambered against the wall, curling into a ball, watching the man, waiting for him to make his move. "Don't worry, it's all right. Come on down to breakfast when you're ready," the young man said. He had dirty blonde, shaggy hair, brown eyes, and he wore all white, which let me know that he was an orderly. The man left the door open and turned to walk down the hallway toward the cafeteria. When I was satisfied that the man was gone and that it was safe to approach the door, I slowly crawled up off the bed and made my way over to the now open door. The sun shined in through the hallway windows, lighting up the path that led along the east end of the building. I poked my head around the frame of the door and into the hallway. It was mostly empty aside from a few patients and nurses heading here and there. Everything appeared to be all right, almost normal. As normal as waking up in a real-life nightmare in a completely foreign life could be. Just yesterday, I was a journalist with a pretty average life. Today, I'm a madman locked in an institution with no memory of how I got here. Had I always been here? Who am I? What's happening to me? I thought. All of these questions raced through my head as I made my way down the hallway, approaching the cafeteria where I had hoped to find the man who killed his uncle. I had hoped that the man would have some answers. I rounded the corner and found myself in a wide open room, with hustle and bustle. Dozens of patients sat around various tables, most of them eating, while others chose to smear their mashed potatoes and peas all over themselves and the walls. This prompted nurses and orderlies to put a stop to it and forcibly remove them. People were yelling and screaming, fighting and throwing tantrums, but as I said, that was swiftly taken care of by the orderlies, injecting them with a sedative and then carrying them out of the room. The people in this place appeared to have a zero-tolerance policy for those who acted out, and I made note of that. I didn't want to get on their bad side and end up in an even worse situation than I was already in. "Hey!" a familiar voice yelled from the other end of the room. I looked opposite from where I was to find the man that I had interviewed, sitting at a table by a window on the far end of the room. He motioned for me to come over, and I did so, moving around the tables and people to find my way to his table, tucked against the far wall. "Hey, what the hell's going on here? Why am I here? How long have I been here? Who am I? Who are you?" I quietly assaulted the man with one question after another, which almost sent him into a panic. Shh, be quiet! I don't want them to hear you," the man instructed me. "What the hell is all this?" I asked in a hushed tone. "Have a seat, and I'll tell you what I can," the man said, motioning for me to sit across from him at the table. After doing so, the man blabbered about the Dreamscape again, going on and on with his incessant madness, and I quickly realized that he wasn't going to be much help. I sighed in discontent and leaned back into the chair, looking out the window. "Hey!" the man yelled at me. "What?" I asked him. "You listen to me, you little shit. You listen, and you listen well. That beast is around every corner. He watches you and me. He's watching us right now. I can feel his eyes upon me like a cockroach crawling across my skin. I know what he wants, and I won't give it to him. So, he's hoping to trick you like he tricked me. Don't give in. Don't listen to him. He's a liar. He is a fiend. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to anyone," the man spat out at me. "What does he want?" I asked him. "He wants to free them. The ancient ones. The primordial gods of old. They are the cruel beings that traveled across the cosmos from a time before time. Don't listen to his lies. He will offer you freedom. He will offer you peace. He will offer you paradise. Please, please, don't listen to him," the man explained and pleaded with me, begging me not to give in to the beast's temptations. All right, I won't listen to him," I said. "But how do I know not to listen to you? How do I know what's real and what isn't anymore?" I asked him, beginning to panic. "You don't," he said bluntly. "Just don't listen to him," he added. "How do I get out of here? I'm not supposed to be here," I asked him. "You don't," he said again, this time with a bit of sorrow in his voice as he looked down to the table. "What?" I asked him. "You don't get out. They won't ever let us leave," he said. "What? Why not?" I asked him, a bit agitated now. "Shh!" You won't like what happens if they have to sedate you, and I'm sorry, but there's no way out. They need us to get what they want, and they won't let us go until we help them." The man answered. "Then why don't we help them?" I asked. "Are you that dense? Have you not been listening?" he asked. "He wants to free the primordial gods, the ancient ones, from the time before time. The gods of a long-dead religion, a religion that consisted of a suffering power, a trade of life for life, from a cruel and horrible religion that had been long forgotten, probably forgotten by choice, and if these things return, the world will be plunged into chaos once again. We can't allow that to happen," he explained. "So, you're telling me that we're stuck here?" I asked him. "I'm afraid so," he answered. "What?" I exclaimed. "No, I don't belong here. I'm not supposed to be here. Let me go. Let me out of here," I yelled, screaming at the man and everyone around me as I began to panic. I didn't want to be there. I wasn't supposed to be there. I was a journalist from the city. I was a normal man with a normal life. I didn't kill anybody. I didn't break any laws. I was sane. I was completely sane. I didn't belong in this place. Just as those before me were quickly silenced by a calming sedative shot, I felt hands grasp me around my neck and waist, grabbing me from behind. This was followed by a pinch in my arm as a needle was driven into me, delivering a drug into my system, a drug which quickly caused the room to start spinning. My legs turned into jelly, and I fell into the grasp of the orderlies. I tried to speak, but I only mumbled. Inaudible, slurred words escaped my lips. Before I knew it, my eyes rolled into the back of my head, and the room went dark. It was hours before I woke up. At least, I assume it was hours, because it had been morning when I had left my room to go to the cafeteria, and now it was pitch black within the cell that I laid in. I tried to sit up and observe my surroundings, but I found that I could not move at all. I was strapped down onto a cold, flat surface. I felt around beneath me, moving my hands from my sides to the edge of the surface upon which I laid. The edges had a raised lip at a 90-degree angle that came up about an inch or so from the base, which led me to believe that I was laying upon a metal table, tightly strapped to it with thick leather straps. I struggled a bit, which caused the table to shake and creak with a screeching sound of metal upon metal. But I could not escape. "Hello?" I said aloud. "Where am I?" I asked. I only heard silence. Deafening silence. "Hello?" I called out a bit louder. "I'm sorry about that outburst. I'll behave now. Please let me go," I said, attempting to bargain with my captors. It was then that one of the doors swung open, shining a dim red light into the room. I looked down at the door beyond my feet and could see the door and the figure that had opened it. A tall, beastly silhouette stood in the door. A large, ominous shadow towered over me, a shadow whose form nearly filled the doorway from side to side. It was a figure that spanned the gap nearly from one end to the other of the large set of double doors. The beastly shadow would have been tall enough to hit its head upon the top of the door. That is, if it had a head. The tall, monstrous creature was a headless beast. I screamed as the monster approached me, and as it came into view, I could see that its skin was a pale gray color. The concave area where the head and neck should have been was a series of skin folds that curled inward in a disgusting fashion. The creature then reached out with a giant hand toward me, a hand that could have easily encompassed my head. The hand's size was not the scariest part of it. It was the palm of the hand that truly terrified me. The palm of this creature's hand held a large, gaping mouth with rows upon rows of hooked, salivating teeth that extended into the long, dark tunnel back into the monster's arm. I continued to scream in terror, struggling and fighting to find freedom from this beast, but it was of no use. The creature ripped the thick leather bands that held me down like they were strands of thread and quickly grabbed me before throwing me over its shoulder, or rather, it was more like the disgusting mounds of slimy flesh that curled into its body upon the space where a head should be, than a shoulder. But who's arguing semantics? The creature then held me down onto this sickening surface between its arms. I nearly vomited several times as the monstrous thing carried me out of the room and into a long hallway. The red light that I had seen shining from the outside of the room was actually that of several fires that burned beyond the barred windows within the long, open hallway, 1,000 fires raging within the fuel of 1,000,000 corpses. Millions of corpses piled on top of one another in thousands of bonfires that lit the way. The smell of roasting flesh filled the air. This is what caused me to lose it. I coughed and hacked several times before finally vomiting a thick, brown liquid upon the creature's back. The beast paid me no mind and continued onward through this damned place that I could only assume was a hell beyond hell. After a long while, the hallway opened up into a large room. This room was again dark, but I didn't need to see to know what was happening. I heard a sound like a slurping or squishing, the slimy sound of a viscous liquid cascading over a wet surface. My fears were soon realized as my eyes adjusted to the extremely low light of the room. The walls were a mass of disgusting flesh and muscle tissue, like a rotting gray flesh that coated, nay, compromised the walls of the room. Slimy, decaying flesh that hung from bone and dripped with viscous, blackened blood. The room was a conglomeration of rotten flesh and bone that appeared to wriggle and writhe as if it were living. But it was then that I realized that this was not the wall itself that was living, but what was within the walls. It was an impossible number of creatures that creeped and crawled inside the skin of the barrier, chewing away at the flesh and burrowing in to create a home. Spiders, flies, centipedes, maggots, beetles, and bugs of all kinds swarmed around nearly every surface of the room, filling the large, rounded room with a chorus of slurping and buzzing noises. It was a disgusting cacophony of hideous sounds, but the most terrifying thing that I saw crawling upon the walls were large, thin creatures. They were bug-like monstrosities with long, spindly legs that clung to the walls, each with hook-like fingers. The beasts were a kind of pale green color. They had a series of 6 eyes in 2 rows of 3 that spanned their foreheads, each eye in the row a bit smaller than the last. All in a symmetrical array, a series of 6 eyes that appeared to be clouded white, from what I could see. Eyes blinded from living in endless darkness. The things had long, narrow slits along each side of the entire length of their heads, out from which grew hundreds of thick, hair-like fibers, hairs that appeared to vibrate when the creature would make a clicking sound, like a kind of echolocation. But just as the room was filled with noise and disgust, it quickly, once again, fell into silence. It was the same deafening silence as before, an uncomfortable quiet where not even the once thundering footfalls of the beast could be heard. Now, only an endless muteness as the room once again fell into darkness. Then, I heard it. The echoing sound of loud squishing, very similar to the walls in the room before, but the sound was followed by an echoing thud upon the floor within the cavernous chamber. This was followed by another slurping squish, and another loud, liquidy thud. I peered up over my shoulder to look toward the ceiling. The disgusting, flesh-like surface of the previous room had turned into a smooth, stone ceiling. But this kind of comforting stone surface did not last long. I soon saw a morbid growth of some kind, similar to the flesh of the room before, but more like a fungus that stretched across the ceiling in every direction. A white fungus-like structure, filled with rips and tears, and large masses and patches of morbid growths. The fungus grew larger and thicker until it once again resembled flesh. But this flesh was more solid. It had more shape, unlike the skin and bone within the previous rooms. This flesh was alive. The membranous fungus curled down in several rows before folding back once again into the ceiling, forming a ribbed surface along the ceiling of the room. It was dripping with a slimy liquid, very similar to the room before. It appeared as though a large creature spanned the length of the ceiling of this room. A gargantuan, slug-like beast clung to the surface of the ceiling. The slimy slug flesh of the creature then curled inward to form a mouth that looked very similar to the curls of flesh upon the shoulders of the beast that had carried me, like a sphincter that soon spat out a large egg-like sack. The sack splashed down onto the floor with thick waves of goo that were flung into the air to once again fall down to the floor. Then, through the membranous sack, ripped a large hand, a large mouthed hand, filled with rows upon rows of curled fangs. This was followed by the muscular arm of another large, headless beast. This slug-like creature was birthing these monstrosities. I was carried forward. The slug's girth grew larger and larger before it finally began to thin out again. Just as I thought, I was about to reach the tail end of the beast. The room curled downward, and so too did the beast's body. It soon connected with a larger body. I was terrified to discover that the massive, grotesque slug was, in reality, the head of a much larger beast. This was a titanic monster with a tentacle-like slug for a head and a humanoid body, a giant humanoid body, chained to a large throne. The throne was carved into the rock of the wall. The creature had leathery, graying skin that was covered with a mazework of thick black veins. Its gargantuan fingers and toes had claws that had long grown inward, curling around to dig back into the beast's own hands and feet, which left wounds that were filled with maggots and infection. It was as if this beast was creating an army to invade the world above, to invade the world of man, and return the earth to darkness and endless suffering. The beast that carried me then tossed me down onto the cold surface of the stone floor. Then I heard it, a whispering voice echoing within my mind. The voice spoke. "Let me go!" I yelled. "No, you're a liar!" I replied. The creature added. I was then grabbed around each limb by a different set of hands. 4 large, monstrous beasts grabbing me around my waists and ankles to once again strap me down onto a cold, metal table. I kicked and screamed, struggling to free myself from the creature's grasp and from the table that held me down. But it was to no avail. Then, as I struggled for freedom, one of the long, slender, bug-like beasts approached me from behind my head and looked down upon me from several feet above, before slowly lowering its head down toward mine until we were face to face. The long, hair-like structures that stuck out of the sides of its face then began to grow longer, curling downward toward me like long, thin fingers or tentacles reaching for me. The hairs danced and tickled across my face like wet silk fibers. But they soon went rigid as the ends of the hairs dug deep into my skin and pierced my skull. I was then hit with an immense pain, like thousands of volts of electricity rocketing into my brain. My body went rigid just as the hairs and my fingers curled inward, digging my nails into my palms, causing them to bleed. My eyes rolled back into my head and then rolled forward once again. The room was now filled with a white light, and I realized that I was once again in the hospital, laying strapped onto a cold metal table. Doctors were standing over me, odd medical instruments in hand, and I felt the burning sensation upon my temples. I soon lost consciousness. I awoke in my room, my temples still burning and sensitive to the touch. My skin stung and my head was throbbing, as if I were suffering from the after effects of a wild night out. My vision was blurry, but my eyes eventually adjusted to the light of the room. The door was open, and outside, in the hall, there were people scurrying around, going about their daily lives. They didn't know what I knew. They didn't know about the darkness that lived right beneath our feet, or the evil that dwelled all around us, behind us, and within us, in every moment of every day. No one knew about the world lurking behind the thin veil that separated their world from ours. A veil, like a piece of paper to some, but it may as well be light years for most. I climbed to my feet and stumbled toward the door. I was a bit dizzy and everything felt hazy, but I was able to make it to the doorframe, where I steadied myself so I could peer out into the hallway. People seemed as if they were in a panic and were rushing to get here or there, but many of them were headed toward the cafeteria, and from that direction I could hear screaming from several different sources. I stumbled down the hall, toward the sounds of screams, and inside I found that the orderlies and nurses were attempting to calm and subdue around a dozen or so unruly patients. Several men and women were acting extremely unusual. They were flailing their arms around as if fighting off some unseen things, screaming in both terror and rage. They growled, kicked, scratched, and clawed at everything, and nothing at all. They would attack the walls when they bumped into them, as if they could not see them, and they would attempt to kill anyone that tried to subdue them, biting and scratching with deadly intent. The patients ripped out their own hair and scratched at their own skin, attempting to dig out some unseen parasite within them. They screamed of shadowy things, of monsters with tentacles and creatures without heads. They yelled of beasts with mouths in their fists and creatures that climbed the walls. They saw the things that I had seen, and I knew that I was not alone. I was not insane. Surely, these people could not all be suffering from the exact same delusion. Then, I wondered, why is that all of them could now see the horrors that I had witnessed, but I no longer could? The chaos unfolded around me. There were people kicking and clawing, biting and screaming, throwing fists and stomping about. Blood was spilled, bones were broken. Suddenly, a chair was thrown at me from across the room. I braced myself and covered my face, fully expecting to feel the pain of a heavy, wooden chair striking me down. But I felt nothing, not even a breeze, and then I realized that I also heard nothing. Everything was silent. I slowly dropped my hands away from my face and opened my eyes to find that everything was different now. Instead of fighting and bloodshed, there were people playing cards and checkers. There were no screams or chaos, just people going about their lives. I looked around to find myself sitting in a chair beside a window. I wore the typical gray and white pants and t-shirt that practically every patient here wore. These were clothes that I had no memory of donning. I was completely confused as to what had happened or how I had gotten here, and I began to panic. Nothing made sense anymore. The entire world was falling apart around me, and there was nothing that could be done. My eyes widened, and my hands gripped the sides of the chair. I turned to look out the window, breathing heavily, trying desperately to relax myself. Slowly, I began to calm. My breathing slowed and my pupils began to contract back to their normal size after being dilated out of fear. My hands loosened their grip on the edges of the chair, and I was eventually able to bring them to my lap in a resting position. "Everything will be all right," I told myself calmly. "Everything will be okay." I continued.
"Whatever helps you sleep at night."
A deep, twisted, demonic voice spoke from what seemed like all around me. My eyes shot open once again, and my view of the outside world had changed. The beautiful trees that lined the walkway outside were now gone, replaced instead by dozens of long, twisted arms, all black as coal and reaching for the sky, straining and curling upward. They were bending and contorting in ways that no living creature could move. The walkway was now a river of blood that flowed from the distance toward the building in which I sat. It gurgled and sloshed as it raged toward me and surrounded the entire building. I could see bits of flesh, bone, and brain matter floating within the stream of blood. Then came arms and legs, heads and torsos, and eventually entire bodies. The sky was a reddish-purple tint and was filled with shadows, swirling and twisting, morphing into odd and disturbing forms. The beautiful green grass was now an endless wasteland of brown and tan. The only variation was the disturbing sight ahead and the building in which I sat. My eyes then shot around to find that I was no longer in the hospital. Instead, I was once again deep beneath the ground. I was surrounded, not by fellow patients, but by hideous beasts. It was the headless things with mouths in their hands, giant, bug-like things that crawled along the walls, their quivering mandibles frothing for sustenance. There were also things that hovered in the air, twisted shadow beasts that had no real form, all of them swirling in a mass of darkness, with various disturbing appendages of tentacles, arms, and legs that were strewn about in no discernible manner. They had eyes and mouths in every direction, and even their very presence had an aura of malice about it. Then, there in front of me, was the beast once again. It was the giant creature with a slug-like head, a massive and slimy slug-like head that clung to the ceiling like a fungus. This giant, maggot-shaped head continuously spat out more creatures, all of them twisted and misshapen, disgusting and wretched. These things filled the cavernous room like an ever-growing army. For what purpose, I did not know, but I certainly feared the worst.
"Wake up."
I heard the demonic voice once again.
"Wake up."
The voice grew fainter. Wake up! The voice changed and became more familiar. I awoke to find that it was night once again, and that the man I had previously interviewed was shaking my arm. I nearly attacked him out of fear, but thankfully I quickly realized what was happening. I had been dreaming, but everything felt so real. "Come on, we need to get out of here," the man whispered in kind of a panic. "Why?" I asked, still kind of in a fog, and my head still burning. "They're coming," he said. "Who is?" I asked. "Come on, we have to go," he whispered very sternly. I decided quickly that, with what had been happening, I had better listen to him. He might be the key to making sense out of any of this, and I feared that that was the solution to my problem, the way out of this mess. I followed the man out of my room and down the hallway. Behind us, I could hear the approaching sound of footsteps, accompanied by several menacing voices. The man beckoned for me to follow him into a room toward the end of the hall, and I did so, locking the door behind us. But when I turned around, I didn't see a hospital room. Instead, I saw the crumbling walls of a long-abandoned house. The wooden walls were filled with holes, and the house's skeleton of wooden beams could be seen beneath. The room was filled with a scent of years of dust, along with a kind of irony tinge. They say that the smell is the strongest sense when it comes to evoking memories, and both this smell and this place felt very familiar to me. I looked around to find that I was alone in this strangely familiar yet completely foreign place. Slowly and quietly, I crept through the house, searching for my partner and escaping this hellhole. I walked from room to room, and then, suddenly, I found myself by a fireplace. At the bottom of the hearth sat a pile of ashes, and within that pile was a rectangular shape. I reached down to find, buried within the ashes, an old, leather-bound book, crudely stitched together. The book gave off a familiar irony smell that lingered in the house around it. Inside the book, there were words and images unfamiliar to me. Then, as I turned the pages, I saw more pictures, images that terrified me beyond anything I'd already seen. Even though I could not read the words upon the pages, the images within told the story clearly. Inside were ancient evils, demons, monsters, creatures beyond the wildest of human imaginations, secrets of time and space, old and horrible magics, and wretched abominations. My eyes took in every image within the pages of the book. As I flipped through them, I became mesmerized by the book. It drew me in, filled my mind, and suddenly I began to understand more than just the images. I began to understand the words around them, as if my brain were simply soaking up the information within, like a literal sponge. I felt completely hypnotized by the book in my hands, and as though I had nearly lost control of my own body, and it was at that very realization that snapped me out of that trance that it had laid upon me. I dropped the book to the floor and looked up to find myself standing in front of a mirror. Only a mirror. The room was completely empty, not even a door. It felt like a tiny bathroom, but there was no sink, no toilet, and no bathtub. There was only a mirror at about head level, where a mirror above a bathroom sink would be. The book laid at my feet, and I looked into my own eyes within the mirror. And as I gazed upon my own reflection, terrible images flashed inside my mind. Images of my hands wrapped around a man's neck. Images of me gripping a knife from within my hand and burying it into a poor man's abdomen. I watched as the man's blood gurgled out from around the hilt of the knife and poured out onto my hand as I drove the blade repeatedly into his gut. Then, as I watched the life disappear from the man's eyes, I found myself writing symbols and shapes with his blood, scribing some kind of unknown message upon the walls of the room. I cried and begged myself to stop, but I couldn't. I just did it. I had no control. Then, as I looked up into the mirror, everything became clear to me. My face slowly began to twist and swirl, transforming and shaping itself into a disturbing mass of facial features, like a hyper-realistic Pablo Picasso painting. Then, it shifted further, and I began to panic as my mind filled with memories of what I had done and what had happened to me. My eyes finally settled upon my true face. I was not interviewing a man at a mental institution. I was not interviewing a man that had brutally murdered his uncle. The face I saw in the mirror was familiar, because it was mine, and his. I had never left. I had always been here. I was this man.
You understand now.
The deep, devilish voice spoke from behind me once again. I shot around to find myself back in the hospital, but now, before me, stood a creature in a doctor's coat. This thing had the body of a human, but it was not human. It was the creature that had tempted me before. It was the very beast that was responsible for my presence here in the first place, the beast with the squid for a head. His cat-like eyes stared into my soul, and his voice spoke directly into my mind.
There's just one thing left for you to do. Then, 2 of us will be free.
The voice echoed within my skull. "I'll never do anything for you," I yelled, before grabbing the nearest thing I could, a large metal infusion pole used to hold IV bags. Then, without any effort, maybe it was the adrenaline-laced fear, I managed to swing the metal stand around and clock the beast in the side of the head. The thing laughed and screamed as I beat its head into the floor, leaving a disgusting pile of blood and viscera before collapsing back upon the substrate. I was then suddenly startled by a scream out in the hallway. There stood an African-American nurse screaming her lungs out at the sight before her, and it was then that I had realized what I had done. The monster upon the floor, whose head I had turned into a pile of flesh and bone, no longer had the horrifying face of a slimy sea creature. Instead, it was now the crushed face of Dr. Ward. Then, the woman's screams turned into gurgling. I turned to find her convulsing as she stood there contorting in the doorway. Suddenly, the woman's skin began to melt away, and her bones started to snap and break as she twisted into a new form. Large, bug-like mandibles sprouted and ripped through her skin on the sides of her face, and her eyes rolled back into her head until only the whites were left. Her skin fell away beneath those orbish spheres, revealing 2 more sets of eyes, all in 2 columns up her face. In through the doorway came a flood of various beasts of all shapes and sizes. All of them were gripping and clawing at me, pulling me out the door. I struggled, but I couldn't fight the onslaught of demonic hands, tentacles, and cretaceous claws. I was strapped onto a cold metal table and wheeled down the hallways by dozens of misshapen figures. They laughed and snarled. They hissed and growled. I could feel their saliva dripping from their mouths, and I could smell their breath like putrid garbage and death. I found myself flashing in and out of realities. I saw darkness, monsters, light, and people in white wearing white masks over their faces. I heard familiar and unfamiliar voices, all in a panic, and suddenly the demons pulled me into a large room, and in the room stood a man dressed all in white, a man without a face. His countenance was completely smooth, aside from a few bulbous veins that stuck out from his face, curled and snaked up his head in a trail of pale pinks and blues over a pale, flesh-toned skin. The man's long, spindly arm reached down to the tray table beside him, grabbing a long, thin metal spike from its top, and as the various monsters held me down, the man without a face leaned in and drove the spike into the area between my eye and my nose. It hurt immensely, and I was terrified. Realities before me flashed once more, and the monster with the hideous, featureless face was replaced by the face of a man in a white mask, like the others around me. Then, again, I was in the room with the horrifying beasts, all of them clawing and screaming at me as I was tortured by this man. Again, the world flashed before me, back and forth. I was flung between realities, until finally, there was only darkness.
Thank you.
An echoing voice spoke from the darkness.
What?
I asked. "Where am I?" I continued.
"You have made another sacrifice for us. Thank you."
The voice spoke again. At first, it was the squid creature, but this voice was different. It was quieter, more of a whispering tone. "Who are you?" I asked.
"We are the ones within our dreams, and we will all be free,"
the voice said, slowly fading away. "Wait, what do you mean?" I asked, panicking, not wanting to be left alone in the darkness. But I got no reply, and I was once again by myself. It was then that I blinked and found myself sitting in my bed. I was drowsy and tired, and I felt as though I was forgetting something, as though there was something I was missing. I had a splitting headache and just felt a general sense of extreme unease. I looked around, and I was all alone in my room once again, alone in my nightmare. I didn't know what was real and what wasn't. All I knew is that these things had more planned for me, more planned for the world. Myriads of nameless, indescribable colors streaked across the abysmal darkness surrounding me, enveloping me, consuming me. Galaxies, suns, black, unnamed planets, nebulas, and various elemental gases wisped and swirled around me as something drew me nearer. Something so large, so maddeningly voluminous, loomed at me, over me, at a size so large, I swore it was near to me. That is, until I realized that even the largest of details eluded me, being so distant to where I resided, seemingly incorporeal. Closer and closer I approached, until the concept solidified like concrete in my mind. This thing, this massive dark object, the amalgamation of tentacles and eyes, must be larger than any known galaxy, and as it swiveled itself to look in my direction, as if it had noticed my puny, insignificant presence, I nearly went mad with fear. In the next moment, I shut tight my eyes, avoiding any further sight of the being, for fear that I may actually go insane. Sounds of hundreds, no, thousands of voices boomed in my ears, and covering them with the palms of my two hands did absolutely nothing to obstruct the torrent of words spoken so foul. Their tone was nearly obscene.
"Find the one amongst you. Find the one below."
The voices bellowed directly into the audio receptors of my brain, thrumming with both noise and power. It spoke again, and this time I felt my skull threatening to give way and explode in defiance of this unnatural sound. I screamed as loud as my lungs could muster, and when I stopped, so too had the sound. I opened my eyes and found myself laying in bed, the sound of torrential rain falling from the ever-brightening sky. The sound of thunder swept both the land outside and my bedroom, making solid conjecture regarding the recent string of powerful storms repetitiously gracing the region these past few weeks. The recent onslaught of severe weather had brought with it flash floods, high winds, and more lightning than most pyrotechnic laser shows. There have also been widespread reports of twisted forms in the darkest of shadows, colossal winged beasts hiding, flying just above in the clouds, and strange talks of queer voices in many dark, subterranean places in and around the small town of Arkham, Massachusetts. These reports are surely nothing more than the bounty of an abundantly imaginative mind, overactivated by the uncanny storms raging in the area. I, at least, had reason to suspect more mundane natural occurrences. The flooding had already half-submerged 3 neighboring townships, and 2 more just recently had been devastated by mudslides, all of which are very uncommon for the Northeast, especially for Massachusetts. These hills and forests have seen their fair share of rain and torrential floods, but the consecutiveness of all of it made me feel uneasy, and my resolute mind is not typically easily swayed. I am a professor at the local Miskatonic University. I teach the sciences, mainly the applied sciences, to my students, but my real passion is tied to the deepest archives of the college library. Here, myths of old beasts, gods, demons, and races beyond measure resided abound. It was for sure the fantastical qualities that had hooked me tighter than your typical lure. In fact, it was my pastime studies and the recent events that prompted me to contact a Dr. Howard Phillips, who was employed at the nearby Arkham Asylum. News reports had recently covered a gentleman who had apparently brutally slaughtered his uncle at a residence nearby. Afterward, he violently murdered his doctor at a mental institution, recently relocated and re-interviewed by eager reporters, all looking to make a name for themselves. A man presented by the media as the cultist. The thing that struck me, though, was the man's barely coherent rantings of eldritch demons and colossal winged beasts, all of which, of course, forced him into this heinous act. No matter how much I study the human condition, human behavior never ceases to amaze me. Still, there was something about the descriptions he recalled, something that harkens back to the pages of that old book deep within the recesses of the Miskatonic Library, the Necronomicon. The book, this original copy, is said to be centuries old, yet an exact age has yet to be determined, as carbon dating of the object has proven ineffective. The tome is said to have been obtained nearly 80 years ago on a college-funded expedition to Tibet. The leader of the group, the only one said to have made it back, relayed that he had found the dreadful object deep within dark, subterranean tunnels that labyrinth the earth, one such entrance being high up within those Tibetan mountains. He had sent it to the university via crated shipment, along with a letter describing its contents. Shortly after, the gentleman killed himself, and did himself in with a .32 caliber revolver, if I'm not mistaken. Still, as I pondered all of these thoughts and more over the duration of my morning preparation rituals, I could not shake the thought of the gentleman who had murdered his uncle. His claims, the surreal accounts of those from the nightly news every night for the past week, culminated in prompting me to call Arkham and flex my position at the nearby university to procure a meeting with this man. I would say that the interview was for the purpose of an upcoming study that I was working on. There was, however, something pushing me, something in my subconscious telling me that I must meet with this man, now locked within a padded cell at the Arkham Institute for the Criminally Insane. After hanging up the receiver to the wall-hung telephone, I promptly began to make ready for my day. Dr. Phillips had agreed to meet with me and allow me congress with his patient. Surprisingly, I barely even had to mention my accreditations. The gentleman seemed more than eager to meet with me. Beyond that, there had been nothing queer of the conversation to note, except for the despicable quality of the connection. Though I could not hear him clearly, each time he spoke into the phone, his voice had been accompanied by a drawl humming. like that of a mildly droning insect or of the electromagnetic resonance of powered equipment, feedback, as it were. But despite these audible distractions, I told them that I would be there within the hour. Topping off my dress with an old brimmed hat and a long coat, I exited my front door, making haste for my vehicle in the pouring rain. I didn't want to be late. As I drove through the nearly flooding street, rain obscuring my view through the windshield like a translucent blanket, despite my windshield wipers' desperate attempt to keep up, I contemplated that maybe I should have taken a boat instead. Though the precipitation threatened to impede my punctuality, I had come upon the Arkham Institution for the Criminally Insane with only a few extra passing moments than what would typically be needed. The large white sign with dark brown lettering stood resolute at the drive entrance like a sentry, its back against the backdrop of a monolithic structure with various wings and additions stretching off in both directions at its sides. Each wing and hall stood 3 stories high above the ground, while the oldest, longest standing structure in the center stood 4. A large double-door aperture at the center structure faced the drive and begged entrance to those who were merely visiting. These doors were sure to hold more significant meaning to its residents, I thought to myself. The drive led to steps leading up to that grand entranceway before looping back around an old, towering pine tree, reconnecting with the driveway so as one could exit the grounds. Near to the right, as I drew closer, I spied a single free space with the word "Visitor" on a blue sign at its front. I pulled in, resolved my mind into exiting the car in the teeming storm that now raged outside the vehicle, got out, and hastily made my way towards the front entrance of the asylum. Dr. Phillips was quite as I expected him to be, in appearance anyway. This man was tall, thin, and he had a pencil-line mustache underneath a pointed nose that supported thick, square-frame glasses. The man's appearance and demeanor lent to the notion that he was the epitome of intelligence and education. However, there was something off about him. At least, that was the notion that I had at first begun to ponder. But in some moments passing through conversation regarding the patient's history and case details, I realized that it was not something about him that was off, but more his presence. But once I had discovered the notion pecking at the back of my subconscious, like a woodpecker scouring for its breakfast, to be nothing more than a gentle hum, I chalked it up to the poor wiring this old institution must retain, and the accompanying sound of energized equipment through its disintegrating veins of electrical wiring. Once I had procured the details of the cultist's background, we headed towards his quarters, or cell. The man had brutally murdered his own uncle, and still claimed to have no real memory of the event. In fact, he had gone as far as to blame everything on an old, tattered book made of skin and blood, and gigantic, winged beasts as old as they are maddening, controlling him into committing the heinous act of mutilating his own family for some unknown end. Delusional, sure, of that I was certain, but there was something about the man's descriptions that held fast my fascination. Though he had fabricated these experiences in order to cope with the dreadful things that he had carried out with his own 2 hands, the things that he described resonated with me and my personal curiosity. Some of these details had been leaked to the media, and others yet served as my purposes for being here in the first place. Those winged beasts, and that book of human flesh and blood. I had heard of and seen these things before. The book detailed by the newscast was uncannily similar to the old tome spoken of previously, the object found on that expedition decades ago. the Necronomicon. The cover of the thing was made of human flesh, of various races and creeds. The pages within had been found to be inked in human blood, and the images and depictions, rendered in crimson, bore a striking descriptive resemblance to the witness accounts of monsters in the clouds and in the dark. Beasts more hideously maddening than they are ancient and colossal, winged titans with bodies of tentacles and eyeballs, and though much of the manuscript had been undeciphered, a mere glance at one of these eldritch terrors was said to be enough to drive a person to madness. But again, these were just legends in a book, an old book that I personally had become very curious about, but legends nonetheless. Pushing all of these notions of old beasts residing and plotting in the dark aside as nothing more than whimsical fantasy, I realized that we had reached our destination. Dr. Phillips went over some precautions that I should take, and told me to yell to the guards once I had gotten my fill of conversation with the cultist, unlocked the door to the padded room, opened it, and allowed me to step inside. Once beyond the threshold, that odd buzzing seemed to instantly cease. The door was closed behind me. In the silence of that blank and dull gray room, I spied a man curled up in the corner, posed in such a way that he likely would have sat with his arms crossed, guarded even without the demands of a straitjacket. His hair was messy, as if it had never seen the likes of a comb or a brush. His clothes a lighter shade of gray than the walls surrounding him, the monochromatic, institutional standard garments for its residents. His eyes were aversive, seemingly trying desperately to lock focus on anything but me. "My name is Professor Jobel. I'm from the Miskatonic University. I would just like to talk to you," I reassured him. The man said nothing, nor did he even acknowledge my existence in this lonely place of isolation. "I've come to talk to you about the book. Your descriptions of—" I paused here, rethinking my words carefully. "You said that you found an object in your uncle's home. A book," I said in a more strategic manner. "It wasn't in his home." The man finally spoke up, still not yet looking at me. Excited to have made some progress, I continued on, hoping that he'd tell me more. "I'm sorry?" The reporter said. He cut me off. "We were flipping it so that he could sell it. He owned it, but it wasn't his home," the man deemed the cultist explained. "Well, what I really came to talk to you about is the book that you say that you found," I reiterated. "I did find that book," he insisted, aggressively back at me in a bark. "Yes, well, the thing is, it sounded like an old book that we keep at the college. Its pages are filled with incantations and depictions of ancient dark deities that—" "Stay away from that book!" the psychotic man once again interjected. "That book is evil! It steals life for the purposes of its own devices. The things inside are real! They're coming for us because of me!" he finished, quite energetically. "But Mr. He cut me off again. "I'm not the cultist! I'm a journalist, and that doctor is evil! He's not human!" the man burst out with an unbelievable claim. But I knew that to be impossible. I'd just spoken with Dr. Phillips only moments prior, and he showed no signs of despicableness. "I know, I can't be some random journalist, right? I'm really just some psycho freak called the cultist. And that doc seems perfectly normal to you, correct? I mean, he just led you in here with no problems, right? So, you know all that you need to know about us, or me," he finished. But I was having difficulty following his train of thought and the ideas that he wished to convey. "But just moments ago, you told me that you indeed found that book within that old house. You weren't brought here until after that event. How could you be researching yourself if—" The man cut me off. "I don't know. I'm just am him. I'm the man you call the cultist, and I'm also a journalist as well. The doctor won't listen to me because he's not human, I tell you," he explained to me, informing that it was difficult for him to get his mind across. After extended deliberation back and forth, I was able to gather that not only did the patient exhibit signs of delirium and psychosis, he also believed that he shared a consciousness with some unnamed newspaper journalist, and that his doctor could not be trusted under any means, according to him. Something that most individuals with this specific form of delirium construct is psychological barriers that explain away what has occurred outside their own actions as a way of coping for what they've done. His doctor's inclusion only helps to guard his stance and mental fortifications. "If you don't believe me, go back to that house," the man exclaimed at me in a demanding tone. I, of course, didn't believe him, nor did I have a mind to visit the scene of some gruesome and horrific crime. I knocked twice on the door with a short yell for the guard to come and let me out. To my shock, it was Dr. Phillips who appeared on the other side of the now open aperture. Indeed, he inquired about what had transpired between I and his patient in his absence. I saw no harm in explaining all that I had said, but when I reached the part about venturing to the scene of the crime, so to speak, Dr. Phillips surprisingly agreed. When I asked him why, what good would it do, he told me that it may help to uncover the truth of what had occurred there. Although he held no belief in myths and monsters, he did conclude that maybe there was some underlying truth to the man's story, now wrapped in a coping mechanism of fantasy, and unraveling said truth may serve as a basis for effective treatment, if I were so inclined as to help this maddened human being. I told the man that he may have a good point, as some aspects of his story were grounded in reality. The book that he described, for one. When I mentioned this, Dr. Phillips' eyes grew wide before once again focusing intensely into mine. He told me to bring the old tome with me, to venture out that old house with the book in hand. He told me that by walking the man's steps with similar material in hand, that it may help to reveal further insights into the realistic machinations behind the cultist's psychosis and his ritualistic crimes. By the time I had made ready to leave the institution, I was unresolved as to whether or not I should do as the doctor suggested and bring that book with me. I was now resolute in visiting that decrepit home on the outskirts of a nearby town. I bid the doctor goodbye before exiting Arkham Institute for my vehicle. As soon as he had left my presence, that electrical hum had noticeably left my ears once again, signaling that it had returned at some point without my notice. With my mind set on the idea of bad wiring, mind grounded in reality, and an absolute faith in science accompanied by rationale, I turned over the engine to my vehicle, engaged the windshield wipers to high so as to battle the torrential downfall, and pulled from place under a gray and thundering sky. Once home, I set about mundane tasks, such as ridding myself of my drenched attire, replaced by dry, casual wear, making a small meal for myself to serve as a dinner for one, and eventually made ready for bed. My dreams that night were filled with fitful unrest, and the nature of them almost as intense as my ability to clearly recollect them with such vivid detail. It was as if I were floating or flying through the cosmos, until coming upon a large sphere so black that I barely noticed its presence until it blocked view of most of the stars in my line of sight. It was a planet of some kind, black as obsidian, and as I neared its surface, it seemed to crawl with beasts that must have been colossal in size. Black and slimy things, bodies of tentacles and mouths, some having wings that seemed too small to support flight of a body so massive. The terrible nature of the sight of these things was so strongly contrasted by the great civilization that they had built, where most of the planet's surface was adorned with windowless monoliths that stretched high into the air and were constructed in ways that formed great cities. I had been so adamantly focused on the frightful sight before me that I failed to notice that around me were smoky, bubble-like objects floating nearby to my own self. Some of these spheres were filled with spectrums of colors, some of which I had never laid eyes on before. Other bubbles appeared more gray and muddy, but each of these had some type of ghastly creature attached, emaciated and gaunt, bald of any hair, and far from any humanoid shape. These things seemed to be feeding off of these bubbles of mist and color, putrefying them in their wake. It was then that I heard a voice rumble inside my head so loud that I thought my skull may crack. Something grand had begun speaking to me, though I could not understand the dialect. Yet I knew it to be speaking, as I understood its words, its intent. I looked up and away from the black planet and out into the cosmos. There, I saw it again. The galaxy-sized mass that was nothing more than an amalgamation of tentacles and mouths, more black than the void of space itself. I screamed in terror and woke up, sitting upright in a drenching sweat. I immediately realized the ordeal to be nothing more than a bad dream. With a little self-assurance and a sip of water gotten from the nearby bathroom, I eventually drifted off to sleep again. However, I was now resolute in the idea of visiting that old house and taking Dr. Phillips's suggestion at bringing the book. I would stop by the Miskatonic first thing in the morning. The weather had remained unchanged throughout the duration of the night and over the course of the morning, which included a stop by the university library to retrieve that old book bound in many patches of leathery flesh. The drive out to that old home was a windy one, and coupled with the obstruction of rainfall and limited visibility, the trek took a bit longer than it would have otherwise. Finding the place was a bit easier than I had anticipated, however. Although the house was located out in the middle of the sticks, the directions provided by the GPS were pretty darn accurate. I happened to be pretty thankful for this, for if I had gotten lost and turned around out here in the middle of expansive nowhere, I would have surely gotten lost. Still, to my anticipative pleasure, as the onboard device signaled that I was nearing the address, the peak of that old estate rose up over the tree line and made known its presence. Coming up on the drive, which was on the left, I slowed, turned, and once my line of sight allowed it by facing the structure, the house displayed itself to me. The place was surely old and in need of desperate repair, just as the cultist had said, and it was large enough for comparison to more normative residences, but stood more artistic, grand, and mansion-like than most. The place looked to be 3 stories tall, not including any sublevels. As I parked my car and climbed from the driver's seat, shutting the door, I caught sight of the entrance, which happened to be agape and seemingly inviting for exploration. Knapsack containing the book tossed over my shoulder, I readied myself for whatever lay in wait for me, and stepped inside. The entrance felt as damp and smelled as musty as it appeared. The gloom of the turmoiled sky outside filtered in behind me and lit the space in an almost fluorescent glow. There were no real signs of any struggle, however, except for the abundant debris created by age and neglect. There were no bloodstains or anything else to depict such an act of violence had ever occurred here. My thoughts shifted to the upstairs, now determined to explore it. But as I made my way over to the nearby staircase and lifted up a foot to begin my climb, I heard some kind of noise, like the sound of wood and rock crumbling into a stony ground from somewhere beneath me. There was to be no one in this house, not even myself, and yet I dreaded at the thought of who may be in the basement. The first ridiculous thoughts to cross my mind is that the cultist could have been telling the truth when he said that he did not commit the murder of his kin, and that whatever had, albeit a creature of human form and intellect, now lay in wait in the shadows of the basement under this old house. But as I rounded the corner of the stairs leading up to and opened the door to the basement, this notion was cast aside as nothing more than folly. Probably just a loose shelf or something similar that had finally given way to said age and neglect, I thought to myself. Still, the yawning chasm of blackness that stretched out before me, leading into the depths of this old house, was enough to make my irrationality struggle to resurface itself in my consciousness yet again. Pushing it back down with the weight of logic and science, stairs creaking with every step, I crept forward into the black void and the depths below. Taking the shoulder bag off of my collarbone and reaching inside, I pulled the torch that I had brought with me from within. At first, I saw nothing except the neglected remnants of an old root cellar. Spider webs, old plumbing, everything that I expected to see, except when my torch failed to light a portion of the muddy floor. As I drew nearer, I realized that this black, non-illuminated spot was actually a hole in the ground. In fact, it was one so massive, the light that I had cast into it was simply swallowed up by darkness, the chasm unwilling to show me its depths. The sight itself was strange enough, but queerer yet were the markings that encircled the large hole, becoming more defined and identifiable in my proximal distance from them. At first, I only vaguely recognized them, having seen them before but unable to remember where. Just like the thought had hit me over the head, I realized where my schema had pulled its recollection from, the source material being that flesh-bound book that I had taken from the Miskatonic library. Swinging my shoulder sack around and reaching in once again, I began to pull free the book for inspection. But as I did, my fingers fumbled in the darkness and I dropped the book, watching it tumble into the yawning mouth of a void. "Damn it!" I exclaimed out loud, leaning over and peering inside, desperately scanning for any signs of the book or the bottom of this unknown well. I had actually felt the sensation of falling before I heard the sound of rocks giving way beneath me. I scrambled my hands and searched for anything to hold on to. However, it was no use, and I plummeted unobstructed behind the book into the void. When I opened my eyes, I knew where I was. The book was somehow nowhere to be found, and the torch now gone with it. Scanning my surroundings without light, squinting in the black, I started to panic at the impossibility. I thought that I was going mad, scanning another 3 or 4 times before I finally resolved myself to the truth. The hole that I had fallen into was now gone. There was no aperture leading out above me, only solid rock. The only method out of this stony cell lay in the dark, unknown passage that beckoned ominously before me. It so became apparent that the only way out of here was, unfortunately, to head deeper inside and face whatever may lay in wait within. Smoky clouds of various colors swirled about me in a torrent of disorientation. Every color within our spectrum, and some not. never seen by me before. Colors that danced between the boundaries of warm and cold, indicating energy spectrums, wavelengths, and other myriads of descriptions that failed to do their concept justice, and were otherwise indescribable. Within these smoky colors, I saw spherical bubbles about half the size of myself passing by me, floating through this discorporated dreamlike realm. I saw shapes and colors within the bubbles, all bright colors such as red, green, and blue, and within these hueful mists were events that played out, contained within their spherical container, without any heed to anything occurring outside of them. All happy and dreamlike events, like playing with children, flying kites, and the like. And as I watched them further, disembodied in my own right, I began to notice creatures that seemed to form within the mist around me, as if made up of the mist itself, only smoky and black, existing only to attach themselves to some of these bubbles. These tentacled and clawed amorphous beings attached themselves to bubbles in a manner that seemed like feeding from or draining them of something unseen, taken from their bubble host. As they did, the shifting reds, blues, and greens turned into that of grays, mucky browns, and black. This seemed to have a direct effect on the scenes contained within the bubbles, changing their themes from happy influences to those of dread and fear. Scenes of people drowning, burning, sobbing over graves. As the horror of all that I witnessed bore down on me like a wet blanket of dread, I saw a lone bubble floating in the opposite direction as the others. This had a shadow creature attached, but instead of feeding upon it, it seemed as though it was leading it, taking it far away from the others. Within the sphere, I saw a familiar face, one that belonged to me. An expression of wonder and fear all at once, at something I could not see. Then it all ended as abruptly as it had begun. I opened my eyes. Once I did, my focus immediately targeted my surroundings, and for a moment I forgot all that I had just described, what I would realize to be a dream. I stared hard into the black. I could not initially define anything other than total and utter blackness. As my eyes fully adjusted to the all but consuming darkness, I realized that the resolute stoniness and rigid texture of the walls, floor, and otherwise ceiling mimicked that of the unyielding and lumpy character of my own scalp, where I must have knocked it on a nearby rock due to my fall into that dark abyss beneath that old house. After meeting with the man known as the cultist and Dr. Phillips, I was encouraged into venturing out to the site of a brutal murder committed by the former and given to the care of the latter. One man insisted that I visited this deplorable location to gain insight into his own version of events, while the other told me that I should do the same, only for different reasons. Dr. Phillips's reasoning being that of shedding light on the contrast between two different versions of events. But if I'm being honest with myself, the only reason that I had resigned to spending my rainy afternoon in the basement of that old house was to investigate the recollections and accounts of the man known as the cultist, as they related to an old book that lay stored within the archives of the Miskatonic University. I'm unsure if I was under the influence of my own aspirations, the terrible nightmares plaguing my every rest, or if it was something more. Nevertheless, the end result was my coming here, the old flesh-bound book in hand. And now, as I sat up rubbing my head, recollecting all that had transpired in getting me here, I remembered that I had dropped that book, and apparently the flashlight as well. I must have scoured on my hands and knees for that old tome for quite a few minutes, maybe an hour, but somehow neither was anywhere to be found. And just as with the lack of an opening above my head, now only solid rock, it made no sense. I was pretty sure that I had not been carried or moved, that both I and the book had fallen into the same place, and yet I seemed to have ended up within a different place entirely. With no other direction in which to proceed, no other options, I ventured forth into the blackness that seemed to have no end. The stagnant and musty air was nearly enough to engage my gag reflex, old moisture, like that of foul mud, so palpable that it was as though I consumed the air rather than breathed it. Eventually, however, my satiety had been overstrained to the point where I no longer smelled or tasted anything at all. Still, it must have taken hours to reach this point, but it was around this time that I first found something curious in the black. I had almost mistaken it for a rock or stone, the overall mass of it black and withered with age. Stopping to inspect the odd shape in the dark, I came to the realization that I was indeed looking at the remains of some form of humanoid creature, but certainly not human. The proportion of the collarbone, the multiple joints in the arms, ending in dual-digit hands that seemed more a mass of calcium, porous with numerous holes resembling the empty eye sockets of some overgrown insect, long since perished. At this moment, I was sure that I was mistaken. The odd shape was positively too obscure to be accurately defined in near total blackness, but I realized that I had to be wrong, and that what lay before me was nothing more than an odd and peculiar formation of rock. Before I could spend another thought on this odd amalgamation of what was surely minerals and sediment, I pondered at the fact that I was surrounded by near total, but not holistic, darkness. There should have been no light down here at all, yet something was allowing me to barely see. The effect was so faint that I walked further away, into the direction that I had now been trekking once more, before I finally realized it, made apparent by several brilliant flecks of glittering light. It was the rocks and the substrates themselves that emanated light embedded like sand, emanating from a faint amount of phosphorescence that must have been present in the stone here. The more I progressed onward, the more brilliant and present it became, lending more and more capability for eyesight to render detail of my surroundings. My thoughts had drifted away from the odd rocky protrusion that I had discovered, but the discoveries I would soon make would call it back to the forefront of my mind with recollection and pertinence. Soon, the cramped confines of the subterranean tunnel opened up, inviting my eyes to see all that resided within. If it had not been for the glowing flecks in the stone around me, I may have never even noticed it. The ground on which I carefully walked sloped downward, as it led into a massive, open space. The ceiling stretched high, now nearly 100 feet above my crown, and I remembered thinking, how far below ground had I traversed? The side walls ended at the top of the slope and extended so far back into the great chamber that I could not see where they ended, obstructing my vision of those far-off, sheer stone walls was a conglomeration of large, square, and rectangular objects that seemed also made of stone, yet not the same that made up the walls, floor, and ceiling. These blocky pieces of substrate, stretching 10 to 40 feet high and maybe 25 to 50 feet wide, were gargantuan in their own right, but did not contain the phosphorescence of their counterparts that surrounded them here. Their hue was that of pitch black, darker and more abysmal in appearance than the walls and ceiling enveloping them. It seemed to almost absorb the faint light that enveloped it here, reflecting none of it, hiding any further detail than what I could discern at a distance. Inspecting the paths as I traveled, I saw that it split into various alleys and through terraces that led between monumental black anomalies, much in the way that streets or roads would. I was surprised as I walked to find myself more correct than not, as it did seem as if many, if not all, of these blocks of solid black boasted an aperture that allowed access to some unseen interior. I ran my hand across the surface of one of these black walls to find it just as smooth as any other that I had ever felt, very similar to that of glass, yet with the rigidity of stone. Still, no matter how close I came to it, its visual attribute held fast. No sheen, no marks or scratches. It was as if the surface was there in front of me, but my mind was unable to process that which it visually imbibed, rendering the image to my mind as a vacant void, as if not visibly present at all. However, that which resided inside, beyond the aperture, made my thoughts jolt in recollection, and adrenaline pulse with trepidation. The door or walkway through which I had entered had been at least 15 feet tall, and if it was indeed a door, the being that may have used it would have to have been of formidable size. And that was the thing. Before me, slumped on the floor like a heap of trash left by the wayside for what must have been an eon at the very least, lay the remnants of a most peculiar creature. What must have been its skeletal frame was all that remained, yet the bones themselves looked petrified, as if made of the dark phosphorescent stone that illuminated this subterranean, abandoned metropolis of sorts. The various bone-like segments even glittered with the same flecks of light as the stones comprising this cavern. What must have been its skull seemed littered with several eye sockets, like that of an insect, indicating that if this thing was ever once a living creature, it surely had several eyes. 2 bipedal, leg-like bone segments exuded from a slender trunk, prominently displaying 6 thick, individual rib-like structures. Legs extended and bent backwards like an animal's haunch, and the arms, long and thin, extended from what may have been its collarbone, and both extending segments ended in dual, large pointed, long digits that sported bony, toothy, dull protrusions at their interiors, facing each other, much like the claw of a crab. And then I thought back to the mass in the darkness that I had noticed earlier, the rock formation with an insect-like skull at its top. I had been correct the first time. It was the remains of some unknown creature that I had found previously, solidified by the latest discovery that I had just made, assisted by dim illumination. Part of me marveled at the unfathomed implications of such a discovery. An ancient race of what appeared to have been sentient and intelligent beings, indicated by the apparent subterranean civilization that I now found myself within, either buried by eons of forgotten time, or possibly been here all the while, without our knowing so. But why had they all either died off or abandoned this place? Where had they gone, if there were survivors at all? Faintly, in one of the blackened corners of the room, just out of the direct phosphorescent light, the definition of something purposeful became visible to my ever-adapting eyesight. Walking closer to it, squinting my eyes, I saw it to be a shelf. Of course, the shelf was grand, like a bookcase that stood nearly 10 feet tall, with about a foot between each plank. There were a total of 9 shelves, all of which spanning nearly 15 feet wide and 3 feet deep. Most of the shelves were empty, but the top few contained objects that looked similar in size and shape to that of coffee cans. They were large and stout, cylindrical shaped, but utterly metallic. Reaching my hands out to grab one, I discovered two things. Firstly, the canisters were very heavy, almost too weighty for the capability of lifting. Second, there were the technological elements presented on them. 3 ports of what looked like to be outlets for some kind of plugs. What purpose these were for, I had no idea, but one thing was for sure: whoever or whatever this race was or had been, terrestrial or not, they certainly seemed more technologically advanced than us. The thoughts associated with these beings and their demise, their prowess with technology, why they were here, and what could have happened to them, all coalesced in my mind, causing it to reel at the monumentality of the information being processed, and whether it was the unknown or the terror of some subconscious truth that I had yet to recognize. My mind recoiled in horror all the same. I left that abode of obsidian stone in a cognitive state of disequilibrium, mentally wrestling with more concepts than I could process, too large to wrap my mind around. It felt as if, for a moment, I was losing my mind. However, the new angle of perception, enabled by my new position of exiting through the aperture, revealed a distant glow, some 200 yards away. Its source hidden from sight by the monolithic black structures obstructing my vision. Apprehension and fear of the unknown swaddled me again like a blanket, but curiosity pushed me onward, and I had all but forgotten about that which I had lost: the Necronomicon. Wandering through dystopian street-like passageways that, if it were not for that unknown distant glow, would have been otherwise aimless. These visual elements and absurd environments were entirely foreign to me, and in all honesty, the sights were equally unnerving as they were spectacularly beautiful. The phosphorescent glow of the surrounding stone of this giant chamber mimicked that of a million stars, shining down upon a black, vacated, city-like landscape, all carved from rock and smooth stone-like materials, buried unknown fathoms beneath the surface of the earth. Again, as I walked, thoughts of grand implications engorged my consciousness, and I remained focused on such until rounding the corner of that last monolithic structure, hiding the source of the glowing red light from view. Once in my line of vision, my mind wandered again from thoughts of hows and whys, planting it firmly upon the sight now before me. It was a great passage, illuminated by a red glow that seemed to emanate from somewhere deep within, and as I stepped up to the precipice of that yawning maw, I saw what looked like a tunnel so wide and deep, extending beyond my capacity for sight in the dim red light, that it stretched out before me like the rocky innards of some great leviathan. Now, fueled by intrigue and vague delusions of grandeur, I pushed onward, descending into the bowels of that earthy belly. It occurred to me as I wandered ever forward that crossing these subterranean expanses mentally, recording all that I had, was not all that dissimilar from taking a stroll through time itself. For how long had these monumental walls stood true, watching over a civilization that rose and fell without cessation? What wonders could these earthy fathoms reveal? My mind was such a whirlwind that it took the walls and ceiling opening up once more to tear my focus away and recenter it upon this absurd reality unfolding before my eyes. Another great chamber, much like that which held the city made of obsidian black, only this one containing a single structure, though albeit larger and consuming to look upon with its grand size, and also made of the same pitch-black stone. Steps that led from its pyramidal base to its summit began their interlaid runners only a few hundred yards or so before me, but must have ascended at least twice that distance. Drawing nearer, I realized that similar staircases were likely present on all four sides, accented and inferred by the structure and its design. I couldn't explain it, but I felt that whatever it was that I was looking for, or that maybe what had even led me here, awaited at the top of what can only be described as a grand and monumental temple of sorts, constructed of some black rock-type substrate foreign to all of mankind's accumulated knowledge. Approaching the sight that towered over me, like a god looking down upon those too small and insignificant to sincerely care for, a strong sensation of the minuscule began to grow within me, as if I were but a speck floating upon some great sea of impermeable black depths of unknown expanses, and in that moment I felt as if my life meant truly nothing, that my dreams, my experiences, and all that I held dear was of absolutely no value in the face of whatever deities pull the strings of the universe. Still, as utterly unhinging as the temple-like structure was to me, I was compelled to ascend the steps to its peak. However, nearing the first step of many, I found that it rose nearly my waist at its height, and each subsequent step was identical in dimensions. Either this grand staircase was no staircase at all, just a byproduct of aesthetic design, much like the Great Pyramids of Egypt, or whatever beings were intended to scale its great height were sure to be taller than any known human being in recorded history. Thinking back on the great skeletal beings that I had discovered previously, I believed with my holistic being that the step's intended purpose to be likely the latter of these two assumptions. It took moderate effort to hoist myself upon each riser as I climbed, making the cumulative journey to the top all that more arduous. I initially assumed that as I progressed, the looming horizon of the summit slowly descending, that it would reveal the source of that dim red glow of stony backdrop. But no such knowledge was provided to me, even though I had no idea as to what source that crimson light emanated from. In that same vein, I have little doubt that its existence was the rendered result of machinations in constructs so advanced that I had no hope in understanding them in their entirety. Soon, however, the approaching lip to the summit began to reveal something else, something that resided there, that I was unable to see from its base. Its form was as massive as it was black, nothing more than a great silhouette standing against a dim, red, glowing backdrop. My lungs and muscles burned, begging my mind and body for a respite, but I was so near the top, my curiosity once again pricked. I continued on. Pulling myself onto a grand slab of obsidian black after that last riser, I rolled onto my back and decided only then to rest before I investigated any further. However, once I opened my previously closed and fatigued eyes, my choice of inquiry or arrest was taken from me, for the amorphous mass that I had been so curious of loomed over top of me like some giant, upended squid-like tower that either moved as I examined it, or somehow was more than my mind could process, always shifting and reforming, an attribute I would later discover to be a terrible truth. Climbing to my feet and taking a couple of steps, I was halted where I stood, paralyzed in trepidation that I had never known could exist on such a scale, induced by the sight of a great eye opening to glare down upon me, indicating knowledge of my presence. It was at that thought that rendered me immobile and nearly mad, for the visage was nothing shy of celestial abomination. I fell backwards, returning to my seated position on that rigid black substrate, only this time I was scrambling backwards as fast as I could, much in the way a crab would move. However, I never once broke my gaze with that monster, a cat-like eye set within a black silhouette, and as I watched it open further, the red glow that surrounded me on all sides grew brighter and intensified. As it did, the increased illumination revealed a great many details present on that dark mass, whose skin, like flesh, was nearly as black as the ancient temple on which it stood. Its massive body was more of an amalgamation of nightmarish tentacles and limbs, all exuding from a towering trunk that sat blob-like where it resided, as if the mass contained no skeletal structure at all. Millions upon millions of eyes and mouths riddled each of these elements, and random parts like bedsores. Eyes blinking and twitching, mouths that opened and closed, gnashing at seemingly nothing. Atop this abomination, set deep within what could only be described as a large obsidian face with no nose, gleamed that single, massive, cyclopean eye. Underneath it was one grand maw, lined with thousands of teeth, and it began to open, revealing its presence to me for the first time. The last thing that I remember hearing is that awful sound, a sound so loud and unhinged from our meager perceptions of the world, it nearly drove me insane. I think it was attempting to speak, but when it did, I was instantly washed with a sensation of dizziness and subsequently was sent, mind spinning, to the floor on which I sat, from seated to lying down. The last thing that I recall before being whisked away by fantastical dreams, plethoras of wondrous things, and nightmarish beings too far outside the realm of what can possibly exist in our reality to be real, I finally caught sight of that flesh-bound book, the Necronomicon, sitting beside a writhing black tentacle at the celestial abomination's base. It was far too late for that now. I was lost within a sanity-consuming nightmare-scape. Murky depths of unfathomable comprehension enveloped me, was part of me, wrapping me in a smothering blanket of dread and awe. But as I stared out into the void of pitch and nothingness, vibrant colors and amorphous shapes began to emerge from within the darkness, refining their details until a wondrous and impossible display of the fantastic revealed itself to my eyes. I'd never seen anything like it, nor has any other human eye in recorded history. But I will do my very best to describe what is otherwise indescribable. The void of dark emptiness progressively seemed to blink into life with the appearance of hundreds, if not millions, of bubble-like spheres that emanated bright colors, ranging from every hue of the known color spectrum, and some that were outside of it, or at least never seen by myself before, but simply the presentation of these never-before-witnessed hues sent my thoughts grasping for equilibrium, but combined together with all other lights in the void, wove for me a tapestry of color and a variety of shapes, both equally marvelous and horrifying. Their amorphous nature mirrored 1,000 Christmas twinkle lights within a winter night so dark that only these illuminations appeared within, floating in a cosmic void of colors and shifting forms that I finally understood as those bubble-like masses, drifting disembodied in the black, not unlike myself. Within them, I saw scenes playing out as a kind of silent moving picture. Children playing with parents, holding hands and growing old. Even myself as I ascended the basement steps of that old, decrepit mansion. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of these floating amorphous spheres, and although I desperately wanted to investigate the globe that was playing out my own life events, I was somehow being pulled by some unseen force into some unknown direction instead. Although whatever was tugging at my being was still hidden from my perception, the intended destination of my disembodied consciousness became readily apparent as a sphere of the blackest night approached me in the void, growing larger as I gained proximity to it, darker than that of the empty of which surrounded me. as the borders of this bubble surpassed my peripheral vision. Rigid shapes within the darkness began to take form. It looked as though some obsidian city resided isolated upon a black surface within a pitch-dark void of space. Due to the monochromacity of everything to behold, details were elusive and difficult to attain, and the best my mental functions would allow me was a vague description at best. Large, colossal structures jutting higher than any human-made high-rise, extending forth from a surface of a black planet much smaller than Earth, hanging isolated, lingering at the edge of some solar system, one that I presume to be our own. Descending closer and closer to its obsidian surface, the grand scale of every structure became horrifyingly apparent. Building-like structures that would tower over anything constructed on Earth, steps leading to gigantic architectures that rose over 15 feet in height, each step nearly twice the height of myself. Whatever beasts that I was dreaming up in this nightmare-scape, on the verge of mental birth, far too detached from reality to be real, must certainly be of considerable size, more than 4 times the size of a human being. Real or not, dream or reality, I didn't care. The trepidation instilled in my mind was real enough either way. Images and events thereafter came in flashes and excerpts. Flat, rigid, horizontal surfaces, flashing electronic lights, colors outside any spectrum ever conceived, and behind it all, a mass blacker than any night, eclipsing the size of any known galaxy or celestial object, comprised of mouths and eyes and tentacles, clearly alive, amorphous and shifting, but somehow imprisoned by eternal slumber. How I know these things, I still cannot say for sure. There was blackness, then dreams, and finally, something else entirely. Limbs that stretched forward before me like arms, moving as I intended my arms to move, but these bore no semblance to that of human anatomy. The skin seemed more black than black, leathery and spongy, bending and flexing like a stick of darkened string cheese, yet rigid and solid, something that truly defied accurate definition, as I've so described here. Legs beneath me similar to those arm-like appendages, yet they were considerably thicker, more muscular, and there were 4 instead of 2, shaping this form into something akin to a collection of snakes and a centaur combination. Beings strolled past me, most of which unaffected by my presence in this blank, black, room-like space, illuminated sparsely by flecks of luminescence set within black stone, very much alike the subterranean cityscape that I had discovered previously. It was in that moment that I noticed the forms and faces of the centaur, snake-like beings that strolled, as well as the dreadful setting of which I found myself within. As I examined the features, the many eyes and tentacles that exuded from nearly every part of their terrible form, I also visually imbibed the scope in which we all resided. The first thought that I gripped onto was that I was in a miniature replica of that underground cityscape, located deep beneath that terrible, decrepit mansion-like house, abandoned and ambiguous. But within moments, I finally understood that this was, in fact, the same place. The place had not gotten smaller. I had somehow gotten larger, and the faculties and functions noted to be unsuitably large earlier, all now conformed to my new, albeit terrible form and size. These were monsters, to be sure, but in that same respect, so was I. These terrible monstrosities paid me no mind, even clicking and communicating cordially, the ones of my species anyway. And why wouldn't they? For all intents and purposes, I was one of them. But that was the other thing that struck me as odd. How could I understand a dialect composed of clicks and body movements so fluidly? My mind was literally starting to spin at the implications of all that was currently queer, and I reasoned that this must be the result of a supremely fantastical and realistic dream, or even nightmare. Being in that surreal dream state of half-conscious reason and logic, I decided to explore the wonders that my subconscious mind had created for me. Outside, upon that obsidian street, I saw smaller beings being rushed by to unknown locations by those who appeared very similar to my own new form, accompanied by smaller, more familiar creatures in robes. Creatures that walked side by side with these monsters without fear, hesitation, wonder, or anything else other than an expression of the mundane. These beings being herded were perceived as bipedal livestock or slaves, escorted uncaringly towards whatever their destination was, forcibly if any attempt to stray. These slave-like creatures I instantly recognized by the shapes and forms of their beings, but when I had initially discovered them, only their obsidian stone-like skeletons remained, those globular skulls with many sockets that were now confirmed to once contain many eyes. Limbs were long and digits clawed, and their exterior was notably covered in what looked like a deep forest green fur. While I reasoned that I should inquire about what was going on and what was to be the bulbous, gangly green creature's fate, I realized that I had no knowledge on how to form such inquiries using my current shape. I understood the language, that was clear, but for some reason, I did not have the knowledge required for using my new form's linguistic capabilities to formulate such questions out loud. Without what could be considered words or question, I soon found myself surrounded by these things, ushering me off into another unknown direction as well, albeit the opposite direction as those seemingly enslaved. Before long, only a short distance away from where I began, I found myself standing outside that large, black, empty structure with monolithic steps, with shelves and tables found within, only now they were suited for my size. Those that had accompanied me had once again left me to my own devices, standing at the base of those dreadful stairs. Assuming that I was led here for a reason, I ascended those steps and entered the building-like structure. Instantly, I identified the once empty and dusty shelves were now filled with various items and artifacts. Books, tablets, objects that shimmered, and colors that I had never seen that reflected from amorphous, shifting shapes. Electrodes of fluorescent fibers exuded from small holes in nearby walls that I had not seen before and connected to several cylinders via those ports in the front. Each canister lit up with a vibrance not too dissimilar from that of a candlelight coffee can placed within a child's bedroom, flickering their displays on the surrounding walls. Dream or not, I had to know more. And since this place seemed like a museum or library of sorts, no better source for intellectual inquiry could come to mind. Hours, maybe days. I really don't know how long I spent in that place, but I was there long enough to uncover a plethora of both incomprehensible and otherworldly information. Tales of greater gods, larger than any black hole, locked in a perpetual dream state, dreaming all that is into existence. This being's firstborn, colossal abominations that presided over many planets across several solar systems and galaxies. The black planet of solid obsidian, with grand towers and colosseums, either beyond the point of Pluto, or possibly Pluto itself. These grand princes of time and space created various other submissive beings to either worship them or to be enslaved for the purposes of food. Great races, such as the tendril centaurs, to which I now look like, smaller yet intelligent beings that live underground on various planets with insect-like wings that somehow are capable of carrying them through the cosmos, and despite being equipped with crab-like pincers for hands, had constructed some of the most marvelous technology. Then there were the plant-based animal creatures that I had seen earlier. These monstrosities, despite their hideous and bold appearance, were livestock, food, also with clawed hands. And finally, there was us, humans, said to be birthed from these great titans as well. These other races somehow existed within different planes than humans do. Some may be perceived by the eye, but cannot be captured in photographs. Some cannot be seen at all, something to do with molecule vibration and wavelength. This was all very fascinating, to stand upon the brink of such a discovery, but underneath it all, there was a terrible purpose and truth. These princes that had cultivated everything now sought to destroy and enslave humanity, and benevolent beings they were not. Somehow, they were imprisoned eons ago and currently slumber, awaiting for what they call a great awakening. These beings that I was now introduced to worship these old things, and as far as I could tell, wanted them to be free. It was at this time, after many tablets and tomes had been intellectually imbibed, that I came upon information regarding a very familiar object. It was the thing that I'd been seeking this whole time, the Necronomicon. Combined with my new knowledge, I finally understood the implications of this evil book, the machinations of which their deified prisoners would be let loose, held fast within a realm beyond time and space, unchained by the energies of human dreams, and only unlocked at their focal point, a place high above the altar set atop that temple of obsidian stone, the center of which I knew then to be that of the old house, once the scene of the cultist's horrific crime against his uncle. I had to be rid of it, and of more importance, make sure that they could no longer use it. As if to answer my prayer, a group of various things, beings of different races, entered the library-like structure and headed into my direction. The one closest to me, a monstrous, crab-clawed thing, held what I desired most: the book. I don't think they expected it, for if they did, they'd put up no resistance when I attacked their leader, the one holding the book, snapping him easily like a thin pencil between my two snake-like appendages. The rest took a step back, even those who seemingly could not perceive my presence, only watching the creature that I had just destroyed crumple to the floor in a smoking heap, flesh disintegrating into a misty vapor. This fog and the moment of hesitation left me with the opportunity that I had been looking for, but as I escaped that place, a familiar sound penetrated what could be considered earlobes, a low, resonant humming. I can't be sure, but one of the faces beneath those dark robes worn by the humans that accompanied the beasts seemed more than familiar. I could have sworn that that face belonged to Dr. Phillips. But there was no time for hesitation on my part. The importance of my next few actions, more impactful than 1,000 years of cumulative human experience. I turned and moved swiftly towards the exit. I passed by rows of dusty tomes still unanalyzed, large tablets with runic depictions as tall as knee walls to my monstrous form, and what looked like collections of odd cylinders on those shelves, now not as empty, all plugged into those luminescent cable-like tendrils that exuded from the wall nearby, and shortly after, the exit. I ran for my life and all that was our existence, somehow and ponderously not being followed, at least that I noticed. Once out of this dimly lit obsidian city, I climbed back up those slopes that once led me down into it, moving fast enough to keep a decent pace, but slow enough so as to not call attention to myself. The pathways without detail in the back, subterranean corridors without landmarks, were all somehow easily recalled by me. Whether this was the result of a keen mind or some unknown gained attribute of such horrendous transmogrification undergone to my physical form, I still don't know for sure. Either way, somehow I made it back to where it had all begun, back to the shaft that led upward toward that decrepit old mansion and my possible salvation through absconsion. Somehow, possibly through the faculties of my semi-phased body and molecule vibrations, I was able to pass through any solid obstruction in my way and into that cylinder of what was now filled with water, and then an opening upon the surface. The hole in the basement of that old house was now filled with water. The old hole had become a well. As I passed through that barrier of water surface tension, climbing my hulking, writhing form onto that cellar floor, I realized that all of it, the beams above, the network of old piping, somehow seemed different, almost refurbished or newer. How long have I been here? I finally wondered to myself, a query that I should have sought the answer to a while back. But it all seemed so dreamlike and surreal to me that I now pondered at somewhat more of a grand question. When did I start accepting this new reality, discounting the possibility of unconscious function and the inherent faculties of the mind? Honestly, I was still unsure if this was all a dream or not, but I felt at the core of who I am that either way, my actions here mattered. Logic and rationale aside, I continued making my escape with this book. Uncaring of any more specifics, I climbed the stairs to the first floor. My first thought was that I was in a different house than that which I had originally entered. Everything was new. Fresh wallpaper covered every wall. The hardwood floors looked recently installed, and there was even a family residing within. A middle-aged couple with a single child. A little girl seemingly obsessed with horses and clowns, accented by her yammering on and on about her rocking horse while wearing clown print pajamas, something the mother mentioned matched the little girl's bedroom decor. The man of the house, tall and thin, a pipe between his mustached lips, passed by me in a space too narrow for him to wander through without colliding with my massive form, but he did anyway, taking no horrified notice of my looming presence, only holding his nose as if something very unpleasant had graced its sensory inputs. That's when I realized that the source must have been me, solidified as he moved back and forth, indicating that where I stood is where the acrid smell was the strongest. I wandered for only moments through the residence before I heard something strange, and it was getting louder. At least, that's what I thought at first. Another moment passed, and I soon realized that the clicking and reverberant hums were getting closer. They were here. They had come for me and the book. I needed to be rid of it. Standing in what was a brand new living room, I turned in place, looking for something, anything, and that's when I noticed it, dawning myself with a horrifying realization, but not deterring my actions. It was the ornate marble fireplace, and I knew that this was indeed the same house, only of a different time, back when the residence was young. Luckily for me, there was already a crackling fire burning within. Without hesitation, I tossed that accursed book and its apocalyptic implications into the raging fire. Within an instant, screaming and winded howls escaped from between its pages, terrorized by the flames that licked at their edges, as if the creatures depicted inside were burning alive. I watched those pages begin to yellow and singe. I watched the skin patches wither and dry, reverting back to its previously aged appearance. But it did not burn. I reached forward, attempting to stir the coals, assist in its incineration, but all I managed to do was bury it within ashes. It was too late. Tentacles and appendages of rigid bone reached out and held fast to my new form, so powerfully, in fact, that I was dragged away, back towards the cellar, as if I put up no resistance at all. After that, I can't remember. I don't know what happened next or what happened to that family, but I do know that they did not, for one reason or another, retrieve that book. Beyond that, it was an endless perpetuation of dreamscapes and nightmarish realms that only an unconscious mind can create. Terrible things that I both know to be true and others untrue, but mostly that line, as a result, has become blurred. Even when I have returned to reality as most know it, encapsulated in some way within that subterranean dystopian city of obsidian, bathed in bioluminescence, I recognize it not as actuality. It was only when my discorporated eyesight focused once again upon the man known as the cultist, the patient once held at Arkham, that I began to find a stable mental footing. How had he escaped? Was this really happening, or was it another fabrication? But when he explained his purpose here and what he had done, I finally understood. My actions meant nothing, only now incorporated into a new story of genocide within that book, a component of a new plan which I had inadvertently been a part of. The awakening has occurred, and the old ones released. The end is upon us all.